Hello, everybody. Welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is, there I am, it's the 1st of February 2021. My name is Carey Holzman. Thanks you guys so much for joining me tonight. This is another late night broadcast. And for the same reason as yesterday's broadcast was late at night, because I'm still trying to test out a viable internet solution here for broadcasting. And this brings up today's topic of the video, which is diagnosing common Wi-Fi problems. This machine right here is what I'm broadcasting to you from, and it was never intended to be Wi-Fi. I never want to broadcast on Wi-Fi, but I don't have any choice. And if you watched the beginning of yesterday's video, which has remained unlisted, those of you who get the notifications get a direct link to click on it, which is a good reason to have your notifications enabled, and we'll touch on that in a minute. But once I started broadcasting, my OBS software immediately was giving me red lights that the quality of my broadcast, the output bit rate was too low. And I ended up going to a hotspot because, you know, I put a lot of work into getting videos ready to go live. I have to get all the components out. I've got to set up the thumbnail. I've got to configure everything about the video, from the chat room to monetization, all of that, closed captioning, all has to be configured. YouTube is not saving the settings on live broadcasts like they do for upload defaults. I don't know why. Maybe someday people at YouTube will grasp the idea of technology to save settings. So I have to configure every setting by hand. So then I go live, and then my internet connection was like crap. So I went to the hotspot and finished off 4 hours of a live video yesterday, went to bed, and then went to try and work on this problem today, but the problem doesn't exist. Nothing has changed, and yet the internet connection is good. When I first tested this internet connection with the setup I've got here, it was perfect and it performed as expected. So yesterday, when I went to broadcast, the last thing on my mind was having an internet connection problem, because I thought that was now behind me and I could move on to other things. So you can imagine the shock on my face when immediately out of the gate I had problems. And I didn't have time to diagnose them. At that point, I followed my backup internet connection and then proceed as planned. The show must go on. And then, okay, it was a long show. I was tired. I'll look at it today. I look at it today. We're on the Wi-Fi, it's back to perfect again. Why is this? Why does this happen? So we're going to talk a little bit about Wi-Fi issues and the process that I go about to diagnose. Now, my process is not the end-all, be-all, master, one-size-fits-all category of solutions. It is a solution that I use, and as a professional PC repair technician in the industry for over 30 years, I don't really care one way or the other if you agree with it, disagree with it. I'm simply sharing with you my experience and my knowledge in this field, and I am not an engineer in this arena. However, customers do pay me to resolve networking issues, which are sometimes Wi-Fi related, and all I want to do is share with you my process. Now, of course, if you have another process and you work in the career where people pay you to do this, not just a hobbyist who tinkers around, but somebody who takes accountability and liability for people paying you to get a job done, and you have a different process, I'd be very interested to hear what it is. The accountability portion of what I do really separates the people sitting on the couch going, oh, just do this or just do that. They don't really understand consequences in a business environment, so I often dismiss those people. So if on the other hand, you're a peer, let's call it a peer, where you're also in the industry as a paid professional, I'm very interested in your opinion. But we need to establish why I'm interested in your opinion. At the end of the day, how technicians go about fixing computers and the processes they take are pretty much as individual as the person. And so I need to put that disclaimer out there because of all the know-it-alls on the internet that don't have jobs. But in the meantime, it is very, very difficult, keep in mind, to differentiate a sincere viewer with experience from somebody sitting at home watching videos and reading Reddit forums and placing themselves at that level of accountability, which is, it's difficult sometimes to differentiate between the people. So if you can help me establish, you know, your credibility when it comes to criticism in the field, that will certainly change how I react to it. It's very different being on this side of the camera to be a punching bag for anybody that wants to attack me, when the only intent I have is to share my experience. It's not to tell you what to do. So, you know, this is the world I live in, where I have to spit all that out before I begin. Leo De La Cruz contributes $20. Hey, thank you, Leo. It's very generous. Hey, there's Peter Laycock in the chat room, contributes £50. He says, hey, Carey and everyone in the chat from Scotland. Wonderful. Hey, Peter, good to see you again. Hey, these late night broadcasts have been really good for my viewers in Europe. I realize some folks in the US, this will be late at night for them. However, this is not a regular schedule for me. This is just doing what I can when I can. And then hopefully things will smooth out, and then I'll be on a regular broadcast schedule for at least a couple days a week, or at least one day a week. There'll be a set day and time where you know I will be on. I'm working to that end, but until I get everything set up and working reliably, it's putting carts before horses. So I want to say again, thank you to Peter. Peter's a wonderful, wonderful member of this community. Leo De La Cruz, thank you once again for your contribution. And let's talk about the subject of the video, which is Wi-Fi. Oh, one other thing. Sometimes people will leave nasty comments about how long it takes me to get to the subject matter. I don't want to hear that. Like, they can just go away. The reason the subject matter gets put off is because of those very people who are leaving comments about why the subject matter took so long to get to. You gotta love that. So in any event, when we were resolving Wi-Fi problems, one of the common issues that folks with Wi-Fi will call and have an issue with is just simply getting the signal from one room to another. That's been a problem since day one, right? Since Wi-Fi routers were created. I remember the first Wi-Fi router I installed, a 2.4 gigahertz 802.11b. I thought it was pretty cool to access the internet and network resources wirelessly. And I remember sending an email, because I did it at an office. It was all paid for by an office, and it was very expensive because it was all brand new. And not only was it brand new, it didn't work very well. The transfer speeds of 802.11b, I think, were 11 megabits per second. Of course, broadband wasn't as fast then as it is now, or as common. And of course, the range was pretty limited. And routers were very expensive, and Wi-Fi adapter cards were very expensive. Now, if you're going to be an early adopter to any technology, if you're one of those people that gets excited about the stuff at the Consumer Electronics Show, if you're the kind of person that's always fascinated with the latest CPU and the latest GPU, I feel bad for you, because if you're buying that stuff, you're the pioneer for the rest of us. You're the one that's going to pay the most money. You're the one that's going to suffer with all of the maturity issues that the product will have coming to market. And within about 2 years, that product should be pretty easy to obtain for less than half of whatever you paid, and it should just work because people like you sorted it all out for us. So I'm not a big promoter of being a pioneer of new technology. Now, a refinement of existing technology is a different story. Moving from a second generation Intel processor to an 11th generation, it's the same product, just a different generation. When they introduce a whole entirely new architecture of processor, different story. So when something is new, I mean, it is novel. It is completely unique and different. It's not just a refinement. Refinements are always good and welcome. Planet Cryos with a $5 contribution says, here's a 5 for a 5-star guide. Thank you, Planet Cryos. Check out Planet Cryos' channel too. Hopefully he'll put a link in there. He's got some build videos if you want to see. Some other people doing builds. Some people have voiced some concerns to me that lately here on the channel there hasn't been any builds or repairs. And that is once again because the situation that I'm in has to be resolved before I can move forward with that. And so the frequency with which those are being filmed is temporarily reduced, but it will return back to normal here before too long. So don't give up hope. It's all coming. In the meantime, and there's a contribution from Rakshit Patel, $2.99. He says, "Hey, Carey, thank you for another educational video." Thanks, Rakshit. And of course, Planet Cryos, thanks you guys. Thanks all of you here in the chat room. Thanks for joining me tonight. And so getting back to the whole Wi-Fi issue. When I first put in the 802.11b router, it was very expensive, it was very limited in range, and it was very slow. Today, the routers that you can buy are far more robust. They have a far greater range, and they're easier than ever to set up, almost to a point of frustration if you're a technical person. So I'll give you an example. Again, using that first router, it was an 802.11b router. There are a number of multiple pages and tabs of the administrative functions of the router. Now, nerdy technical people love that stuff. They love to get in there and deal with thresholds and all the other nonsense that's in there. It's highly, highly technical, and for the most part, out of the box from the manufacturer, does not need to be changed. But there are some people out there that absolutely refuse to believe that anything engineered by a corporation for the masses is any good without them messing about with it. Hey, it's their stuff, you know. If they want to mess about with it, let them. But I don't want you guys to be watching videos from these enthusiasts to think that that applies to ordinary folks. Because unless you're an enthusiast, it's, as far as I'm concerned, granular to a point of being completely negligible at the end result, with the potential of causing significant downtime when there's unintended consequences. And sometimes those consequences are not made available right away. And they can be very difficult to diagnose, because no one in their right mind who's helping you would think that you would have had the gall to go in and make those changes if you didn't understand the potential consequences, that you wouldn't be asking for help. If you're that kind of person, you'd be the kind of person who should be able to solve your own problems. So it creates a very, very difficult technical situation when those scenarios arise. So when I was setting up Wi-Fi routers for customers, it was few and far between, because they were very expensive and many people didn't understand what they did. People didn't really have smartphones at all that connected to Wi-Fi. We're still using flip phones and you know, with a chocolate bar kind of phone and stuff like that. There was no internet on them for the most part, or it was, you know, limited to a small screen. And then with Wi-Fi, the development of the smartphone, everything's changed, and now people can't live without Wi-Fi. It's like living without electricity, right? You know, it's hard to believe the human race has lived without electricity far longer than it's lived with it, yet most of us wouldn't know how to live without it now. So that'll probably be the case with Wi-Fi. It'll just be everywhere all the time, and you won't even think about it any more than you know, when electricity first came out, not everybody had it. You would still go to somebody's house, and they'd still be having kerosene lamps or whatever, candles. And if you had a business, and I can't even imagine what kind of businesses there were, maybe a blacksmith or something, they probably didn't have electricity. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Depends on how much money they had and what availability there was in the area they were in. We're in that stage with Wi-Fi right now. Wi-Fi, I think, will eventually be everywhere. And people will just expect it like you expect electricity when you walk into the store. It's not lit by candles. But if you lived in the 1800s or prior to that, you'd be amazed. But we take it all for granted today. The reason I tell you this story is because Wi-Fi mesh routers specifically have solved a number of problems where even the best routers, with fine-tuning all the configurations, still just were shy of resolving some customers' issues. If you're running an older Wi-Fi router, if it's 4 or 5 years old and it's meeting all your needs, leave it alone. But if you've always had sort of this area of the house or behind the house or in the garage or the house behind the house that you think you got to trench a cable for and it's too much trouble, these days buy yourself a Wi-Fi mesh router. And what's interesting about these Wi-Fi mesh routers, at least that I find interesting, is they configure everything for you, And even if you want to go in there and change stuff, there's nothing for you to really change. For example, I can't choose a Wi-Fi channel on any mesh router. As far as I know, they don't exist. The mesh router does it all automatically for you. All those granular little things that are set by the factory that I'm advising people to leave alone, those are all no longer an option for anybody to control. The routers are smarter now, and they auto-analyze, they self-heal, mesh routers, and the amount of control offered to the user is extraordinarily minimal. Maybe some QoS settings, whether or not you want to guest network, simple things. None of the granular technical stuff like thresholds and things like that, none of that's available anymore. Even changing the Wi-Fi channel, not allowed. The reason it's not allowed is it gets really complicated because it doesn't automatically change the other routers. And there's a difference between having a router and a satellite versus a mesh router. Mesh routers start getting things pretty complicated, and it's best to let the router do the thinking for you because it can do it faster and it can do it more reliably. And I know that sounds a little crazy given how technology's been so untrustworthy overall, but it is evolving and it's getting better and better and better. The price of a modern mesh router is somewhere between, you could spend as little as $120 upwards to $700, depending on what model you want. Most of them that I buy, they fall right in that $200 to $300 category, $150 to $250, somewhere in there. I've used the Amazon Eero, E-E-R-O. I've also used TP-Link's Deco system, which I really like. In fact, I like them both. And they have been the final nail in the coffin for the remaining customers who still had Wi-Fi issues. Modern day routers, like I have a Netgear Nighthawk, it's got the wing on it. I forget what it's called. It's just a box. It's a big box. It looks like any other router, but it broadcasts like crazy across the house. But if I want to get it across the street, well, we're going to have to come up with another way. Now, a couple of years ago, I had the folks from a company called Ingenious on. And Ingenious basically makes, well, let me rephrase. They make basically what would be a wireless bridge. What it is a dish that you would mount on your roof. And then you mount another dish at the same height and line of sight on another roof. And then you cable it into those buildings, and it's just like a wireless wire connecting those two buildings together. But with these mesh routers, you could pretty much just put one mesh router in one building and one mesh router in the other building, and you can cover 5,500, 6,000 square feet for $250. And I think that's pretty darn incredible. And it self-configures everything. You, in order to set up all of these, the Eero and the TP-Link, most of them you have to use a smartphone app, and there is no router. In other words, if you look at a Netgear Orbi system, the Netgear Orbi has a router and then it has satellites. That's not a mesh, technically that's not a mesh system. It's using a mesh network, but it's not a mesh system. So the router it looks exactly the same, but on the back, it looks like the back of a router. It's got 4 ports, typically for Ethernet, and then a yellow port for your cable modem to plug into. But the Amazon Eero or the TP-Link Deco or any of the other mesh systems out there, all the units are identical. They're all identical, and it doesn't matter which one you use to plug your modem into. What you do is use your smartphone app. The smartphone app says plug in the first one and turn it on. So you plug it in, you turn it on, you plug your network into it, or your cable modem into it, and it says, let me search and find it. It says, okay, this is what I found. Is this what you want? And you say, yes. It says, do you want to set up another one? I say, yes. It says, okay, take the next one out of the box, go place it wherever you want it, plug it in and turn it on and hit next. So I take it out of the box, I go to the opposite side of the house, I plug it in, I turn it on, I hit next. It says, let me check and see. Oh, there it is, I found it. You want me to pair these up? I go, yes. It says, okay, you want to add another one? And you can just keep adding and adding and adding. Most of the time you get 3 of them. So I take the next one out, put it somewhere else. Hit next on the app. It says, okay, you want another? Nope, I'm good, okay. Set a password for administration, which again is very limited. Set a password for your Wi-Fi and your SSID name. You're done. You're done. There's no more going to a web page. There's no more of that. Now, a web page still exists for administrative access, but it's old school. It's like talking about going into DOS. Who does that anymore? This is where the technology is heading to. This is a good thing. With the mesh router, if you're in a situation where some room in your house is getting a weak signal or no signal, don't look don't look to the Wi-Fi adapter to solve that. The Wi-Fi adapter isn't your weak point. Your weak point is always going to be your router. But if you've got a brand new $500 wireless router, cutting edge, and you're trying to make it work with a Wi-Fi adapter from 2007, that old Wi-Fi adapter will work, but it will only work up to that ability. In other words, it won't work up to the router's ability. So ideally, if you want the best connection, the fastest connection with the strongest signal, you match the Wi-Fi adapter with the router. It doesn't have to be from the same manufacturer, but you definitely, if you've got AC 1900 on the router, you want an AC 1900 Wi-Fi adapter. That's the best you can do, right? If your Wi-Fi adapter is only 802.11g, then 54 megabits a second is all you're going to get, regardless of how powerful your router is. So the primary heart of the performance, the bandwidth, the range is in the router itself. That's where you start to solve your problem. And if your router is more than, as I mentioned, 4 or 5 years old, then if that bothers you, that you're not getting the speed or the range, it would be, in my opinion, in your benefit to buy a new router. And don't buy a cheap one. Don't buy a $40 router unless you want $40 router performance. If you want to keep the router for 4 or 5 more years, expect to drop somewhere between $200 and $300 on it. Then be done with it. You're done with it for 4 or 5 years, maybe longer. And then make sure that your Wi-Fi adapter or Wi-Fi card, if it's internal or USB, is the best one you can buy that pairs up with that router with regards to the specification. If it's 802.11g and now you've got an 802.11ac router, then you want an 802.11ac adapter to take advantage of that. And then there are different levels within. And it's going to cost a little bit more money, but it's also going to last you longer. It's going to give you less problems. It's going to give you better productivity, better performance, better connection, better speed. Everything's better. If you buy the networking gear from the same company, the only benefit that gives you is if you need to call support. See, the trick with support is to get you off the phone as quickly as possible, not to actually help you. So when you call support for Netgear and you tell them you're having trouble connecting your Netgear router to your TP-Link wireless adapter, they'll say, well, it's not our router, it's TP-Link. What do you think happens when you call TP-Link? I'm trying to connect your wireless adapter to my Netgear router. TP-Link says, well, that's Netgear's problem. So if you're somebody who's going to be calling technical support and you buy all the equipment from the same manufacturer, hey, I've got a Netgear router and a Netgear Wi-Fi adapter and they're not connecting, they can't dismiss you. Now they have to deal with you. On the other hand, it's not a compatibility issue. You can run different manufacturers together. It's just a support nightmare if you're trying to get help and everybody you're asking for help is pointing the finger at the other guy. And that can be maddening. So that could be a reason for you to buy all of the same manufacturer. Now, when it comes to routers, the companies I look to would be Netgear, Asus. Companies I stay away from are Linksys and Belkin. I find them to be more troublesome and poorer performing in my experience. I kind of confuse TP-Link and TrendNet. I've had really good luck with TP-Link and some really bad luck with TrendNet. The reason those two stand out to me is because they're not the big names like I just mentioned, but they sell at very aggressive price points. And so I've had very, very good luck with TP-Link networking equipment. And I've had some very bad luck with TrendNet networking equipment. So when I'm looking, because of my experience that, if I've had to replace a number of TrendNet devices, I don't want to buy TrendNet anymore. But TrendNet and TP-Link are priced so low that that makes them very appealing to purchase. But if I'm offered TrendNet or TP-Link, I'm going to take the TP-Link even if it's a few dollars more, because I just know from experience it's going to statistically be more than likely to last longer or be more trouble-free than my experience suggests with TrendNet. So if I can afford the name brand stuff like Netgear or Asus, I want to make sure I put that in the heart of it, which is the router. I don't want to buy necessarily a TP-Link router. However, if you don't need the best and you want to save some money, TP-Link's Archer series of routers can be purchased under $100 and do very, very well. The best way I could explain it is they may not be the best router money can buy, but they will make you the best router you can buy for that money. How's that? That's fair. Adjust your expectations. When you're going to McDonald's, don't expect filet mignon, okay? You know what you're going for. You know what it's costing. You know the process. You know the concept. Have realistic expectations and you won't be so disappointed. So somebody's mentioning a couple other networking companies that I don't have any experience with. Nelson's mentioning Unify. Another company is Ubiquiti. Now, Unify and Ubiquiti are at a higher, more technical level. They're not really consumer oriented. Well, they certainly can be used in a consumer environment. They tend to be a bit more technical and are intended for business use. However, when I look to customers that call me with problems and things, or I look on Amazon to buy routers, I'm not really seeing the Ubiquiti and the Unify stuff come up based on the criteria that I'm looking for, which is a certain price point and a certain feature set. On the other hand, if I was doing power over Ethernet, things, and I needed VLANs and stuff like that, that's a different story. For me, those routers would be overkill for the application for which I've been hired to help. In even small businesses, we don't use those. But I will tell you from peers in my industry that they just rave about Unify and Ubiquiti. They will tell you those things are like the best thing ever. I've never used one. So I guess ignorance is bliss in my case. But I'm mostly working at very small businesses when helping consumers. So the target is mostly going to be consumer grade common stuff like Netgear and Belkin targets that too. Belkin Linksys. Yeah, that stuff's just like, for me, it's like Fisher Price. I can't, it's just a toy. It doesn't really, in my opinion, work well. I don't like the interface at all. I seem to be having, this is going to freeze up for a second. I'm having a little issue here. So speaking of Wi-Fi, what's happening right now is my Wi-Fi signal is dropping. So bear with me. The Wi-Fi signal, it's trying to sort itself. Okay, so it's just resorted itself and then it's dropped again. This is pretty interesting to watch this happen. And this is one of the reasons I went live tonight, was so I can recreate this. So it's really struggling right now. So what we're witnessing is exactly the kind of problem I get called to fix. So right now, it seems to have resolved itself, but all that buffering that you guys just went through, this is where Wi-Fi gets a little frustrating, and that is the signal is prone to interference. And when the interference occurs, it can be completely unexpected. Like right now, my signal quality is perfect, and my connection quality is perfect. And for seemingly no reason, but trust me, there's a reason. Catch the word seemingly. For seemingly no reason at all, the whole thing dropped, and OBS lit up in red and said, hey, you got connection problems, you're not sending any data out. I haven't done anything, I haven't touched anything, nothing has changed. Welcome to Wi-Fi. On an ordinary router, I would log in, I would change the Wi-Fi channel, but I cannot do that on a mesh router. It's all handled automatically. And there's a lot of things that can occur to cause this. It could be a baby monitor, a cordless phone, not that anybody has those anymore. It could be a microwave oven. There's all kinds of other interference or channel congestion that can occur that even a Wi-Fi analyzer isn't going to tell you about congestion. So it's not like you just go buy an expensive Wi-Fi analyzer and you can just find an unused channel. It may not be an unused channel. It may be just unused during the time that you're checking it. So the way I go about resolving problems like what you just witnessed is I will continue to use and monitor the connection under normal circumstances, not simulating circumstances, but actually using the connection the way I would use it if it were working. And what I start to do is make little tiny changes, a little change here, a little change there. Don't change too much at once, because if you change a bunch of things and it works, you'll never know which of those things fixed it. So it's very time consuming. Anytime you have an intermittent computer problem, I don't care if it's Wi-Fi, whatever it is, if it's an intermittent car problem, if it's an intermittent health issue, sometimes I have problems breathing. When does that happen? Just sometimes. Is it happening now? No. What's the doctor going to do? Come see me when it's happening. Okay, but when it's happening, I call your office, they want to make an appointment for 3 months from now. I'm sure, I can't get in fast enough. Well, if you're having problems, we can go to the emergency room. So intermittent problems, whether it's your health, your car, your computer, those are always the most difficult ones to solve. It requires tenacity. It requires you stick with it, keep good notes, and start looking for common denominators in the issue. Now, there are a number of variations of things I can change, but I can only change one thing at a time. Well, I only want to change one thing at a time. And it could be crosstalk from another neighbor's router or something a neighbor is doing that's causing this. It could be weather related, although we have good weather right now, so that doesn't really seem like that would be a problem. But all of these things are worth consideration when we're dealing with something like Wi-Fi. Health-related intermittent problems and car-related intermittent problems, less so with regards to weather. But some cases that does apply. I know people whose joints ache when it's humid outside or it's going to rain. I know I had a car that used to stall out when you drove through a puddle, because it was an old car that had a distributor, and the distributor would let moisture under the distributor cap, and then you're done. Engine's not going to run. So when we deal with these intermittent problems, you take notes, you stick with it, and you see it through. And if you have a customer calling you with an intermittent problem, you have to decide, is that a problem you want to take on? And further explain to the customer that these are problems that typically take quite a while to resolve. And if you're willing to put up with it, and I'm willing to do the work, I will see it through, but I can't tell you how much time it's going to take. And then usually for stuff like that, I'll do a flat rate fee. because I don't want to charge them, $1,000 to eventually figure out it's a 5-minute fix, right? But it just could take days or weeks or months to get there, depending on how often the problem occurs, or whether or not I can take the machine, if it's a computer, take it back to my place and let it run and let me monitor it. I can fix it a lot faster than having the customer reach out to me every time it happens, because I'm busy doing other things when the customer calls. So the customer needs to be on board with expectations of time and cost when it comes to resolving problems. And sometimes it's just faster and cheaper to replace equipment. You go, well, you're having some kind of Wi-Fi problem here. I don't know. Could be the Wi-Fi adapter, could be the cable, could be the router. We could spend hundreds of dollars on labor over the next month to fix this, or let's just put in a router, a new adapter, and run a cable temporarily and see if it resolves it. And then if it does, then I'll put your old adapter back in and wait. I'll change your cable back and wait, and put your router back and wait. And eventually we should figure out which of those three causes the problem to come back. On the other hand, if we change those 3 items out and nothing changes, then of course you can say, okay, to the customer, and won't charge you for this stuff, or not. I mean, a lot of techs will just make customers spend money until the tech figures out the problem. I don't work that way. I can give a customer a loaner router just to see if it solves a problem. For like something like that, with a modem, they'd have to buy a modem because it's got to be registered on the network. So I don't have spare modems lying about. But it's a process of elimination, and it's a process of locating the source of the problem. Back at my original studio, back in the kitchen, I had a problem for about 6 months where my internet connection would just drop for seemingly no reason. So I call Cox Communications. I go, I don't know what's going on here. I've reset everything. Everything's seems fine on my end. And they said, well, there's nothing wrong on our end. Well, I'm making money streaming from YouTube, and every time I'm dropping my streams, I'm losing money. So I better start spending some money to replace my equipment. So I replaced my router. I got that $500 Netgear XR700 router. I replaced the networking adapter in the streaming computer. I replaced the Cat 5e cable with a Cat 7 cable. I replaced my cable modem with a $160 Motorola DOCSIS 3.1 modem, and the problem still occurred. I took the splitter off of the cable, thinking maybe the splitter went bad, plugged the modem directly in, even changed the cable from the modem to the wall, tried 2 different cables. Still happened. I was like, I just spent over $1,000 and probably 30, 40 hours of my time and accomplished nothing. And so I just dealt with it. If you remember, if you were watching the channel back then, I'd be standing in the kitchen and my internet would just go away, and then it would come back like it's doing here right now, or it just did. And I was pulling my hair out trying to figure out what's wrong. And then we had an outage where Cox Communications, the internet signal to the house went down. And they said, oh, this should be up, within 8 hours. So whatever it was, they estimated it was going to take a while. Once they fixed that outage, my internet stability came back, and it's been back ever since. That tells me Cox Communication had an intermittent issue with whatever component failed, and it just hadn't failed yet, but it was getting ready to. It was like in a death spiral. And so it would fail, and it would, come back and fail and come back and fail and come back, and then finally it just failed. When you have a problem that's completely failed, those are the easier problems to solve. It's not intermittent anymore. It's just down. It's not working at all. You bring me a computer with something that isn't working, hey, the computer won't start, or the video doesn't come up, or I'm getting lines on the video. Whatever that is that I can recreate that every single time, super easy, barely an inconvenience, I can solve that. When it's only happened sometimes, it happened 3 times last week, and they can't tell you, the customer's unable to tell you what they did. The customer's like, I can't think of anything I'm doing that was the same. But usually the customers can't anyway, because that's one of the questions you'd ask. Does it happen every time you do something specific? Like every time, are you in a certain application every time when this happens, or are you doing something that is where this problem occurs? Are you always in the same application or doing the same task with the computer? No, it's always something different. And then you might take it back to the office or whatever and realize it's one of their apps or a driver or something. But things like making sure everything's updated, right? There's simple things you can do without spending money. Make sure the router has the latest firmware. Make sure the computer has the latest BIOS. Make sure the network card has the latest driver. For network cards, I go right to the card manufacturer. Usually it's Realtek or it's Intel. Those are your two major hardwire, landline, what am I calling it? Ethernet wired adapters. And then when it comes to wireless adapters, there's Intel, there's Theros, Realtek, there's a few. You go right to the manufacturer. You just Google the make and model number with the word driver. Don't go to a driver website from a third party. Go to the manufacturer of the driver chip, of the networking chip, and get the driver direct from the manufacturer, unless you have a laptop. Although in most cases it works okay, but laptop drivers should generally only be required or retrieved from the laptop manufacturer, because sometimes laptop makers tweak them a little bit. However, while this is very true with laptop graphics adapters, typically you can still go to the manufacturer of the wired and wireless network adapters and have those drivers expect to work. But get the driver from the manufacturer directly. Do not use a driver updater tool unless that driver updater tool comes from the manufacturer. Any third-party driver source should be avoided like the plague with regards to Windows 10. I cannot stress this enough, how many people get viruses and infections by going to some piece of software that pops up on a Google search to imply that they're the driver source, when in fact they're a third-party utility and they want to charge you. Drivers are free. And if you get it direct from the manufacturer, not only will you get the right driver, but it's completely free. Anybody who wants to charge you money for drivers, or anybody who claims that they can provide drivers from different manufacturers all at the same time, run. I'm telling you, don't do it. Unless, of course, you like to infect your computer and create a worse problem, then by all means, don't let me get in your way. There's a few contributions that have come in I haven't noticed earlier. A thank you to Live Windows Training with Doug Betts. Doug contributed $5. He says, I bought the Wi-Fi adapter you recommended. I used it on an older laptop and now can switch back and forth between the adapters from the one built into the laptop to the one I'm plugging into USB. And I can see stronger strength from the neighbor's SSIDs. Planet Cryos with another contribution contributes $5. He says, here's 5 more to help with the Wi-Fi issue. I wish it was a problem money could solve. Thank you, Planet Cryos. There's DJ Big Red, contributes 99 cents. Hey, DJ Big Red, good to see you in the chat room. Let me turn you blue, my friend. Yeah, so this is a very unusual problem, and I'm not exactly sure. So you witnessed it here. You witnessed the drop that appeared for no apparent reason. And the bandwidth that I've got here should be 4 times what I need. So even if it were to drop 75%, it should still not affect the stream. So when you see the stream buffering, that means the signal has dropped 90 to 100%. And I don't understand why. It's very, very random. And we will stick with it until we figure it out one way or another. One of the cool things that you can do with a Wi-Fi, with a mesh router, as I mentioned, each one of the mesh router devices, they're all the same. There's not one that's a router and ones that are satellite. So like I said, Netgear Orbi is that way. When you're doing Amazon Eero or the TP-Link or any of the other manufacturers of Wi-Fi mesh routers, they will have the ability to plug an Ethernet cable into the back of. So I want you to think about this concept for a minute. I can, instead of putting a Wi-Fi adapter on the computer, I can take one of the mesh satellites and I can connect it through the phone app to the other mesh satellites that could be located in, around the house. But let's say the computer doesn't have a Wi-Fi adapter. I don't have to buy one. I can run an Ethernet cable from the computer's LAN plug into the back of the mesh satellite. Done. It's think of it like having an external Wi-Fi adapter that's not USB and it's solely operated. Well, at the same time, it's also broadcasting Wi-Fi to other things like your phone and your laptop and stuff like that. Well, at the same time, you can have a hard line going from the back of it into a computer. And it doesn't necessarily mean I need it next to the computer. You can run an Ethernet cable up to 100 meters. That's 300 feet. So as long as I can run the cable to the back of the mesh satellite, then I don't need any Wi-Fi on the computer at all. So if you have consistent Wi-Fi issues, that may be another avenue to explore. DJ Big Red says, yeah, I witnessed the drop, hoping that it can be resolved easier. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Because it's intermittent, I'm not quite sure what's causing it. And I may end up running an Ethernet cable. It's going to have to run about 40 or 50 feet just to try it. It'll look terrible and it'll be a tripping hazard. But if it performs the same way, if in other words I still get the drops, then I know to focus more on the mesh system itself instead of on changing out Ethernet adapters and trying to figure that out. So it's one little step at a time, but I have to do a bunch of test broadcasts like what I'm doing tonight. Is just a lame excuse to go live without anything critically important. I don't want to do a build or repair video on a connection that can drop during some critically important educational steps I'm trying to share with you. So I make videos like this late at night where I have fewer viewers so that I can experiment with the connection while still covering what I hope is useful information, but not critical information, so that when these drops occur, it doesn't completely alter the impact of the education I'm trying to give. So we'll figure it out. Richard S. contributes $2. William Cregan with $4.99 says, thanks for being on this late. Hey, I'm glad you like it. I'm a night owl. Personally, if I had my way, the day wouldn't start till noon and the day wouldn't end till 3 in the morning. But, you know, what are you going to do? Thomas Drelling with $10. Hey, thank you, Thomas. I appreciate your contribution as well. And then David Griswold with $5 says, hey, Carey, nice seeing you this time of night. Michigan here, it's after midnight. Yeah, well, Michigan is a 2-hour time difference. And I'm jealous. I wish I was in Michigan right now. Looks like I got everybody blue. No, not William Cregan. There you go, William. Now you're blue. Richard S., you're blue. Doug Betts, you're blue. And Leo De La Cruz, you're blue. I want to make this whole room blue. Just trying to separate nice people from jerks. If you're blue, you've been identified as a nice fellow internet citizen, and you're always welcome in this community. If you're not blue, it doesn't mean you're not. It just means I haven't identified you yet. And the way I identify you is by you just appearing in the chat. Say hello to people. Be nice. Don't criticize people. Somebody says, hey, I built a computer. You're like, oh, what'd you build? Oh, I built this and this, you know, this CPU and this GPU. Oh, why did you pair that CPU with that GPU? Don't be that person. Don't criticize somebody's build. They're bragging about it because they're proud of it. They didn't ask you for your opinion. They don't want to hear that. They want to share their enthusiasm. So what you're supposed to say is, hey, that's really cool. How was your build experience? You know, how do you like your system? Are there any parts you think you would change out next? Are you happy with it? Don't tell somebody what's going to make them happy. That's not cool. You wouldn't want anybody to do that to you, would you? So when people do that, it's such a lazy and it's just rude. Like you wouldn't do that in person, would you? So anyway, when people are kind and supportive, I like to identify them by turning them blue. And I would love for everybody to be in this chat room to be blue, because then I know that we've gotten rid of all of the what was the word Hillary Clinton used? Anyway, Richard S. says, exactly, encourage the builders and offer ideas to make it better and fun. I would suggest don't offer any ideas that are unsolicited. Don't tell somebody how to make their system better unless they specifically ask you. Otherwise, it's very presumptuous that you're somehow putting yourself higher up than them. It's not cool, man. It's not cool. You're not the authority. On the other hand, if somebody says, hey, you know, do you guys have any idea or what do you suggest? Then by all means, please do. But to do it unsolicited is always unwelcome. It's always, always unwelcome. It is a very antisocial thing to do. And it's just good, polite, social niceties that unfortunately, I guess some people's parents didn't raise them real well. So Uncle Carey over here has to instill behavior that should have been instilled when you were 4 years old. You know, it's not my fault. Kip Lindsay wants to know, I'm interested in what Wi-Fi 6 router is on his radar. Okay, getting back to the Wi-Fi discussion, when Wi-Fi first ccame out, it was called 802.11b, and then there's 802.11a, and 802.11g, and 802.11n, and 802.11ac, and 802.11ax. And what these engineers discovered is consumers have no idea what the hell 802.11 is and what the little letter means. It means nothing to them. Is B better than G? Is G better than N? I don't know. I don't know what it is. This is all just, might as well be another language. Well, I guess technically it is another language. It is tech jargon. So they said, you know what we need to do to resolve this confusion from consumers is let's just call it Wi-Fi 1, Wi-Fi 2, Wi-Fi 3. So basically 802.11b, I guess, was Wi-Fi 1, and then G was Wi-Fi 2, and N was Wi-Fi 3. So when they introduced Wi-Fi 6, you might ask, where's 1 through 5? That's what happened. We've already been through 1 through 5 with a different naming convention. So now we're at Wi-Fi 6. So all the routers coming out now, instead of calling themselves 802.11 blah, 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 Wi-Fi 6. You know what's coming out next? Wi-Fi 7. And Wi-Fi 8, but then it won't mysteriously jump to Wi-Fi 10 like Apple skipped 9, Windows skipped 9, you go from 8 to 10. No, there will be a Wi-Fi 9 eventually, mark my words, as long as they keep that naming convention. So when it comes to Wi-Fi 6, I would suggest looking again at the major manufacturers that I've already mentioned, Netgear, Asus. I very much like my Netgear routers. I do. I also like the TP-Link and Amazon Eero mesh routers. They've resolved every problem for clients where the regular routers, even the modern day routers, just weren't quite enough. And just looking through the chat here, give me just a second. I saw a squirrel. And anyway, getting back to what I'm talking about. This is, by the way, trying to maintain a live broadcast with the camera and the lighting and the configuration and the sound and the batteries and the focus and the framing while paying attention to the chat room and trying to put what's on my mind of the subject matter out is a lot of work for one single person to do. So please, give me a little slack here that I'm trying to do 3 people's jobs here. When I can find somebody who works for free, I might hire them. And even then, I still might have to give them an IOU because that's how much I make with YouTube. But anyway, Piano Instrumentalist contributes $5. He says, thank you, Carey. I love the late night stream. I just got back from a work moment. Just got back from work a moment ago. Stay classy. Yeah. That's one word for it. That nobody ever calls me. Thank you for the contribution. I appreciate that. Okay, so anyway, Zdravko wants to know my opinion on ZTE routers. My only experience with ZTE routers were that they were included from ISP providers in some regions. I've never really seen them for sale on the shelves of Best Buy, or they don't really show up on an Amazon search for Wi-Fi routers. Because they're not as common, it's more difficult to diagnose problems. You know, you guys have it made with Google. When I started in the business, there was no Google, there was no internet. So when I started fixing computers, we were fixing local area network attached computers in corporations. We're excuse me, we're talking in the era of OS2 Warp, Novell NetWare, Lotus Notes, Banyan Vines. A lot of this stuff may bring back memories for some of you, and for other people, you're like, Banyan Vines, are those like red vines? Is that some kind of licorice? I don't know. It's sort of like you talk about coffee, and if you mention Sanka, you know, kids are going to be like, is that an app on my phone? What is Sanka? So in any event, I'm old. I've been in this business a long time. We get it. And what I'm trying to do on this channel is to share with you my experiences, which have been learned the hard way, and to see the technology evolve and inherently have a distrust of it because of how unreliable it has always been. Remember, I've been there since the beginning of the home computer. Prior, really, well, the 8-bit computers where I got started. The Atari 400, the TRS-80 Model 1 was my first computer. I had a Commodore PET at high school that I used to program that got me out of PE. Yeah, I'm a nerd. I didn't participate in PE because I would get slaughtered, and the coach did nothing about it. So I said, I'm going to read a sci-fi book. You guys go play soccer. The PE coach was going to flunk me. And they made it clear I would not graduate high school without a credit from PE. And I just didn't think it was worth my life to get slaughtered out on the field. So I said, then don't graduate me, that's fine. So we ended up working out a deal where I programmed a statistical database for the football team, the high school football team, so that during PE, I would leave and go to the computer lab and code for an hour. Actually, that was a school in California, and each class was 2 hours long. It was a very strange, it was San Marcos High School, and I used to have to go to classes 1, 3, 5 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then I go to classes 2, 4, 6 on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then the next Monday it flipped, and you'd go to classes 2, 4, 6 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then classes 1, 3, and 5 on Tuesday and Thursday. So that was an interesting experience. When you have 2 hours of driver's ed or 2 hours of math, I enjoy that. If it's 2 hours of history or 2 hours of PE, bring the death, please. 2 hours of English, oh, please, bring the rope. So yeah, I was able to work on the Commodore PET in the computer lab in 1983. It was 1983. And that got me my PE credit. So if there's any doubt as to the level of nerd I am, let that sink in. David Griswold contributes again, $5. He says, here's another 5 spot for the great lighting, nice and bright. Yeah, well, you know, I finally splurged. I got some proper light stands. DJ Big Red was over here. He saw him. He's like, holy smokes. He hasn't seen what I've done to him, though. I got wheels on him now, so I can, like, wheel him around. It's pretty darn cool. And check out DJ Big Red's Twitch channel. He streams, I think he streams Saturday nights on Twitch. If you go over to Twitch and you type in DJ Big Red, you like watching a DJ, I need to bring my camera over there and film his DJ equipment because he's got some really wicked cool stuff. I used to DJ. We're going to go back to the 80s again, in the early 90s. And I would DJ weddings and bar mitzvahs and parties. And I used to have to bring, you know, the amplifier, the speaker stands, all that stuff, set it all up. And I used to love what they used to call hot mixes, where you would line up the beats, typically of 80s freestyle music, and then you line the beats up of 2 different songs. You'd have to listen to it and either speed up or slow down the record with your hand to get the beats to align. And then right when you hit the end of the measure, everything happens in 4s or 8s. You can count it out if you're listening to music. It kind of takes the fun out of it, but you're like, when you start listening to the rhythm of the drum, you can go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then when you slide it over on 4, 1 starts off on the next song, and it's a seamless blend. You're like, what just happened? The song just, it's a different song now. It's really cool. Well, DJ Big Red, and I guess any modern DJ now, the computer can do all that for you. Like, you can align your beats per minute. You can do all this crazy stuff, sample pads, and of course you've always had your faders as always, but it's really come a long way from 1991. That's only what, 30 years ago. Wow, has it come a long way. So I'd love to get him out onto the channel and talk about it. Just talk about how it all works. I'm fascinated by it, how far it has come. I used to think I was innovative when I DJ'd because I didn't want to bring records. The reason I didn't want to bring records is people got drunk and they'd hit the DJ table. They'd bump against it and it would scratch my records. It would ruin my records. So I put everything on cassette tapes, and I'd have dual tape decks that I can do fast forward queuing and rewind queuing. And what that means is, here's what I would do. Here's how OCD I am. I would buy a 99-cent single at Tower Records, and I would take it fresh out of the package, place it onto my very expensive turntable with a very expensive needle, buy a very expensive cassette tape. There were different levels of cassettes. I bought very expensive cassette tapes. TDK had this line that were just really overpriced. I put that in the cassette deck, hit record, drop the needle, and the first play of that record is recorded forever on tape. Then that record, when it's completed, goes back in its sleeve and it gets put away, never to be played again unless something happens to the tape. Then you have an index card on the tape, and I would write down every song that could fit on one side of the tape with a 3-second gap between songs. So what I would do is if somebody had a request, I had the tapes all numbered. And then I had a printout with the songs alphabetized. So I could go right to the name of the song, say it was on tape 32, and I had these little crates that had my tapes. I'd go to tape 32, I'd look at it. Well, the other song is playing. I'd look at it, go, okay, there's the song. It's on side 1, and it's the 4th song in. So put it in side 1, make sure it's all the way rewound, and just hit play and fast forward with the headphones. Now, only I could hear, and I could hear it sounds like chipmunks. And I'd hear this pause. Then I'd hear the noise again. Then I'd hear a pause, and I wait for 3 pauses. So that means the next song is song 4. Then I let it play at normal speed. I can hear the song start. It's the right song. Rewind it back to the pause again. Hit pause on the cassette deck. And as the song is ending on this cassette deck, I release the pause button and then slowly fade it over. So as one song's fading out, the other song's starting. Once the fader has slid all the way to the other side, stop the other one. Rewind it if I have time, otherwise drop it back in its case, go to the next song on the list, and I thought I was a genius. You can bump my table all day long, and it wouldn't affect my cassette tapes. And I didn't have to worry about damaging the cassette tapes in the same way that records are so fragile. Now, I thought it was pretty cool when I watched people DJ with iPods. I thought that was pretty cool, but it was really expensive. Now keep going forward into the future, and now people have their laptops playing MP3s, and the turntables they use, I'll have to show you. The turntables and the mixers are absolutely incredible, and the stuff is dirt cheap compared to, well, I didn't ask him what it costs, but I just know it's dirt cheap compared to what we used to pay for stuff. And yeah, I wanna show that to you guys because I love music. I'm a big fan of music, and the mixes that he does. And he's quite a bit younger than me, but I like his taste in music. He's doing a lot of 90s music. And while I'm not really into much of the hip-hop rap, I very much am into others 90s Billboard Top 40 kind of stuff. In fact, I've always been into this Billboard Top 40 music as far back as I can remember. So 70s, 80s, 90s, and current. For whatever that's worth. But since he's in the chat room, I thought I'd talk about him. And he just contributed $3.99. Thank you, TJ. Blackwatch in Canada contributes $5, and Daryl May contributes $5. Daryl says, hey, Carey, I just want to say hi. Hey, thanks, Daryl. Hi. DJ Big Red said that's about a $10,000 setup. Well, I'm not talking about the setup. Obviously, things add up. I'm talking about the individual equipment. Like, I'd be curious what that mixer costs, and I'd be curious what the little thing is called that sits on the fake record and how much the fake records cost. And yeah, I mean, I have no doubt it adds up, but I think individually the components are less expensive today than what I was paying for tape decks, let's say. You know, if I was buying an Akai tape deck, it was probably $250 for one tape deck. I needed two of them. My Yamaha 500 watt amplifier was I think that was $500 or more. And I had PV SP2 speakers, and I think those ran me $1,500. So, you know, even then, and remember, this is late 1980s, early 1990s money we're talking about. So $100 back then is probably like $500 or $600 today. Wait, it's the other way around. $500 or $600 back then is like $100 today. Anyway, we'll break it down. We'll definitely break it down and get a look at what the equipment is and an idea of what it costs. And of course, you got to know how to use it. Just because it's nice equipment, if you don't know how to use it, you're not going to be a better DJ, right? You're not going to do better blending of songs or better song selection if you don't have the inherent talent or will to learn it, to spend the time it takes to invest. And I'm just going to take a guess, but I'm going to say to DJ Big Red, how many years have you been DJing? I'm going to take a guess that it's a lot more than you may think it is. I don't think he just woke up one day and said, I think I'm going to go buy this really expensive equipment, which to me is cheap, and then be a DJ. Because again, the equipment in and of itself isn't enough. And this is what frustrates me about people who are so fascinated with the fastest processors and the fastest graphics cards. It doesn't make them better gamers. If you don't know how to properly play the game, having a better picture quality isn't going to make you a better gamer. Having better pots and pans won't make you a better chef. Having a better camera isn't going to take better pictures. Having better shoes isn't going to make you a faster runner. It's just not going to work that way. So when you have a talent and you have the tools and you know how to use those tools, then you can really shine. You know, if a surgeon only has a pair of pliers and an X-Acto knife, you may not have a lot of confidence in their ability. So you need a surgeon who is properly trained and knows how to use the tools, but also has all the right tools, right? So you can give me all those tools, doesn't make me a good surgeon. I wouldn't advise it. DJ Big Red said he's been at it 12 years professionally, but almost 20 altogether. And I love that he specifies the difference between a hobbyist and a professional. This is critical. Professional means that you hold accountability. That means that somebody is paying you to deliver a service or a good to them. And if you fail to meet their expectations, there will be repercussions and consequences. If you're doing something because it's just fun and it's a hobby, you have no consequences that affect anybody other than you. There's no liability. So when you're a professional, you're getting paid to do a job from a customer that is holding you accountable to the quality of what they expect. I DJ'd a wedding, and it was like it wasn't the Ritz-Carlton, but it was the Biltmore, somewhere in the Biltmore area, which is a very ritzy area of Phoenix. And it was in the center lobby of the hotel. It was a big, beautiful, very exclusive hotel. And for some reason, they hired me as their DJ, which was weird. And the bride was not available for me to confirm some information on the form that was filled out. I was working for another company, so they didn't hire me. They hired the company. The company assigned the job to me. I get this printout. They want to play this song. They want to play this song for the father-daughter dance. They want to play that song for this. And there was something confusing about it. And I couldn't find the bride. And this wedding's getting ready to start. And there was a song specified after the wedding vows. And I thought, well, that's weird. People don't, what? That's weird. I didn't understand it. So I went to the minister who was officiating the wedding and I said, well, does this make sense to you? Do you understand? He goes, no, it doesn't make sense to me either. I wouldn't play anything I go, well, the wedding march usually plays when the bride and groom are walking down the aisle. The wedding march plays, and then when they walk back the other way, it usually continues. But they wanted something else, or something wasn't aligned, and I just couldn't get to her. She was too busy prepping for her wedding. What do I do? Well, the minister said not to play it, so I'm not going to play it. So we start the wedding. I play the wedding march. The bride and groom, everything's perfect. They say I do. They kiss. People are throwing rice, and they're walking back in dead silence. And I was like, this doesn't feel right to me. Needless to say, this bride was pissed off. This is her perfect day, the day she's waited for all her life, and I just screwed it up. If I was her friend, if I was a family member, I said, hey, I'll DJ your wedding for free, too bad. If you don't like it, too bad. But because I was getting paid for it, there were consequences. I don't know the depth of those consequences because it happened to the company I was working for, but I know there were definitely consequences. And so that's really the definition, the difference between a hobbyist and a professional is the accountability. And when you can establish that accountability, then your opinion on the subject matter means a lot more to me, as it should, because if you're doing something every day all the time versus somebody who does something whenever they feel like it, and then whatever they do has no effect on anybody but themselves, the information gleaned from the professional is going to be, in my opinion, far, far more accurate and valuable in reality. And on the internet, everybody's an expert. That's the problem. So I advise you, when you're getting advice from anybody on anything, consider who that advice is coming from. Is it coming from some strange name on the internet? You don't know who it is. You don't know, who are they? What establishes them as an expert to offer their opinion that you should listen to it and actually consider it? As a technician, this is a real issue for me because I would run into clients who would ask me for advice and then not follow that advice because somebody else they asked countered it. And then when they continued to have the problem, they'd call me up again and I would be offended. Maybe I didn't react properly, but it was very upsetting. For example, this customer might call up and say, I'm having a Wi-Fi problem in my house. I go, oh, that's a super easy problem to solve, and you can save money to do it yourself. You don't have to pay me. See, I'm a terrible businessman. You go to Fry's Electronics, go to Best Buy, buy this router, this specific router. It'll cost you this much money, take it home, plug it in, you'll be good to go. A couple of days pass, customer calls me, says, I'm still having the problem. I go, well, you went into the store and you bought the router I recommended? Well, I went to the store to get the router you recommended, but another customer said I shouldn't buy that router, that I should buy this one. I said, what's that customer's name and phone number? Well, I don't know. So, why are you calling me? What do you mean, why am I calling? Well, you didn't listen to me the first time. Apparently, you think the customer in the aisle that you met knows more than I do. Why don't you talk to them? Well, that's rude. You're right, it is rude. You called me, I offered you my advice for free. I intended to save you money. You didn't follow my instruction. I guess what I would do if I were you is I would take back that router you bought and go buy the one I told you to buy to begin with. And if you're still having a problem, call me back. Well, you're a jerk. Okay, I guess I'm a jerk. Times like that, you just want to strangle somebody. And I know that the intent wasn't to cause harm. But if somebody's going to offer you their advice, ask them for their name and phone number. And if they won't disclose their name and phone number, in case their advice turns out to be completely wrong, don't take their advice. Hobbyist versus a professional. Now, a professional might say, I'll be happy to give you my name and phone number for a fee. That's a professional. Paul Robertson said, I once played in the DJ booth before the DJ arrived, just for fun. I got to DJ for an evening at Arizona State University. They have a radio station on campus, and a friend of mine invited me to come DJ with him. And it's a very lonely job, a professional radio DJ. You kind of sit alone in a closet-sized space talking to yourself. This sounds familiar. And then you wonder, is anybody listening? At least here on YouTube, I can see we've got 431 viewers watching right now. But on radio, you have no idea. And I said to my friend, I said, you know, it's easy to not be nervous to talk into the microphone because I don't think anybody's listening. He says, watch this. He says, tell the listeners if they're the 10th caller, they can get this free album that we've got. And he's letting me do the DJing for fun. And I honestly don't think anybody's listening, like maybe 2 people. So I said, hey, guys and gals, we've got this new album from this band, and a 10th caller will receive it absolutely for free. Give us a call. Here's the number. And the phones lit up. And I went, oh my gosh, he's right. People are listening. That's one of the frustrating things about radio. So when we talk about DJing, there's 2 different kinds of DJs. You've got a radio DJ, and then you've got sort of your party DJ, your weddings, your bar mitzvahs, or clubs. Club DJ is kind of in the middle, right? So sort of in the tier of DJing, doing weddings and bar mitzvahs is sort of at the bottom, and then doing a club, that would be in the middle, and then having a professional radio gig would be, in my opinion, at the top. And then above that, I suppose, if there's a level above that, that would be a DJ who creates music that gets released like Skrillex or Deadmau5. But DJ Big Red was quick to correct me and say those are not DJs, those are music producers. So that, I think that becomes a distinction in the industry, but for the rest of us, they're all called DJs. And so there's all these different levels of fame and fortune in that career field. And DJ Big Red was telling me he took a college class on DJing. It was called Turntablism. Is that for real? Can anybody confirm? I'm not suggesting he's lying to me, but are you telling me I can go to the college and sign up for a class called Turntablism? Is this a thing? I am really getting old. That's all there is. I'm just getting old. I cannot believe that. I went to college, yeah. What was your major? Turntablism. So you play records? Mm-hmm. How'd you do in that class? Had to take it twice. How do you fail that? That's all I want to know. How do you fail that class? Hey, if I'm poking at you, it means I like you. Brian Johnson, not just the lead singer of AC/DC, says, is it possible to install an old Sound Blaster card in Windows 10? Well, there is what you can do and what you should do. I mean, you could eat your hat, but you probably shouldn't eat your hat. Why would you want to install an old obsolete Sound Blaster card when more than likely, if you have a modern motherboard within the last 4 or 5 years, it has probably got a better onboard sound chip, far superior than that old Sound Blaster card? The short answer is yeah. I imagine if it's a PCI Express compatible card, it'll plug in and it'll work. If it's an old PCI card, you're not going to have a slot it's going to fit in. And if it's an old ISA card, the Smithsonian might want it. But I have to know why. I'd have to know what is the problem you're trying to solve. I've run into customers who want to fill every slot in the back of the computer. They're just not happy. There's an empty slot. What can we put in there? And I've got customers that have cards laying around and they go, I want to put this card in something. Why? Because it's a shame to have it wasted just sitting there. Give me the card. And then I'll take it home. You don't have to look at it anymore. Jake Legg says he tried out for DJ school once, could have got in. Ed Dana says, man, I have an 8-channel Sound Blaster card in my old 32-bit machine. Okay. And that's a good thing. I mean, 8 channels, so what? I mean, most modern motherboards are 7.1 surround right out of the box. And if you go with a higher end motherboard, you can get some really nice, even creative built-in Sound Blaster chips right onto the board that are so far superior. Technology is evolving so quick. It just seems a real shame to me to use the older technology and try and make it work with newer technology. When you have a computer problem, if you're one of those people that likes to keep older stuff, that's the old stuff that's going to cause you the problem. Whatever the problem is, whenever it happens, the first place you need to look is at the old stuff. That's always, not always, that's usually where the customers that have problems, that have old equipment that they're forcing to work with new equipment, that's the weak point. That's the Achilles heel. DJ Big Red says the producers at their concerts or shows where they play copies of their own music get paid the most. Okay, well, it sounds good to me. I don't see a problem with that. I think he's implying they're just definitely not as skilled working on the fly like a real DJ would do. He continues by saying, I remember Sound Blasters. I kind of want one for the nostalgia. Well, I will tell you a little about sound. He's got a story for everything. At the Comdex show, let's back up. So when PCs first came out, you just had the PC speaker, right? That was it. There was no sound card. The sound was in your head, or it was whatever the little PC speaker could put out. A motherboard was a motherboard. It didn't have anything built onto it. You didn't have built-in video. You did not have built-in networking because there wasn't a network. You didn't have a built-in modem. You certainly did not have built-in sound. All of these were additional accessories you could add at great expense. A Sound Blaster card was, like $100. So the Sound Blaster cards initially, there were a couple of competing manufacturers, and Sound Blaster. By the way, there's a great documentary on the history of PC or computer sound. If this doesn't sound like it's interesting, it's quite fascinating when you understand the challenges that musicians face dealing with only having, let's say, 4 channels that had a tone range, and you had to figure out how you could play a song and have a rhythm. And they ended up using, one of the channels was like a staticky sound. It was just shh. And the musicians that are also programmers very creatively use that as drums. So a lot of older PCs, the music sounds the way it does, and you think, oh, that sounds terrible. It was actually amazing. So you might have a song, and it's that sh sound is your drum, sh 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 sh, and then you have the do 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 do, and there was only 3 other tones that they would alternate, and it worked. I mean, it worked quite well for what they had to work with, and they were pretty creative about it. And it's a fascinating documentary. In any event, when the Sound Blaster card came out, it was mono. So I remember at Comdex, my friends went to Comdex in Las Vegas, and Sound Blaster was promoting the up-and-coming Sound Blaster AW64, and it was $99 Comdex price. When it's released, it's $149, and it was stereo. You could have stereo sound on a computer. Can you believe this? This is so exciting. You guys today, you get nothing to get excited about. I mean, who cares? It's all, you're missing out on how amazing and exciting that was. Like if you grew up watching color TV, heck, if you grew up listening to the radio and then you saw a TV, that was amazing. And then when that TV went to color, that was incredible. And then when that TV went to a flat screen, it didn't require time to warm up. Holy moly, You're born into this world with all this stuff already here. You have no idea how cool it was. You totally missed out on the excitement. So when the AW64 was introduced, everybody was like, oh, this is incredible. Stereo sound on a PC. Can you believe it? I've ordered mine. Are you going to order yours? I'm like, oh, wait. You know me, I've always been like that because I'm broke. But no, I've always been like, let's see how this plays out. I don't really know how important stereo is. The gun in Doom sounds fine in mono. And now, of course, it's an afterthought. The manufacturers throw a chip on a board, it's done. And on the higher end boards, they're still Sound Blaster chips. They're still in the game, they're still making the chips. They're generally now built on. And now you've got to go to some super high-end stuff if you're a professional or you just have a lot of money burning a hole in your pocket. And I don't run into many people who have those. When I did the digital audio workstations, there's a pair of systems, a master and slave system is what it's referred to, for a Hollywood sound composer. He had like a $2,000 sound card he was putting in the computer. And that's totally justifiable. For most of us, it's impractical. But yeah, iBinary mentions going from dial-up to broadband. When I was using dial-up, it was bulletin board systems. There wasn't even an internet. We used to have to load the windsock manually for the internet. What a pain in the butt. But I was already on board with this idea of communicating digitally, electronically with bulletin board systems, but it was just one phone line, or sometimes there was a couple of phone lines, but it was only 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people on at the same time. And you'd have to redial and redial because the phone would be busy. By the way, no call waiting, no caller ID. You wanted to make a long distance call, you entered your 24-digit long MCI code. You're there. Boop, 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 to dial MCI. Thank you for calling MCI. Please enter your code. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, now what's the number you want to dial? Boop, boop, boop. Oh, I screwed it up. I got to start over again. Now you just pick up your cell phone while you're doing something else. You're not even in the house that had one phone that everybody shared that hung on the wall, then the cord got all tangled up. No appreciation, kids today. Get off my lawn. Vern says a 21-inch color TV was upper class in the early 60s. Yeah, and it took 3 grown men to lift it. I remember I had a friend who had a RGB projector TV. It was the most amazing thing we ever saw. It's a giant piece of furniture. I don't know if you've ever seen one. But a picture, if you've never seen it, picture a big white screen that's kind of curved, and it's attached to a base, and attached to the base, there's this like spotlight holder that comes up about 2.5 feet. And there's a red spotlight, a green spotlight, and a blue spotlight. And it shines against that white screen. So the whole thing is huge. It's 6 feet tall, it's 3.5 feet long, and it's probably 6 feet wide. And then you'd look at this picture that's like, maybe six feet. Wow. 4:3, standard definition. And you were jealous. Wish I had one of those. And now you can get a TV 3 times bigger. One person can lift it, hang it on the wall, you're done. Also, those lights were cooled with a gelatin liquid, and it would dry out. So imagine being the technician who has to tell the customer, your blue liquid is out, and you need to fill up your blue liquid. They're like, you think I'm an idiot? You blue liquid? No, seriously. It keeps the bulb cool, and it's evaporated, and you need more. Yeah, they use liquid cooling on those bulbs because they were hot halogen. Were they halogen? They weren't halogen. They were very, very hot incandescent bulbs. Mm-hmm. Chris's channel of technology says, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and we wish we had one. It was like, wow, somebody had some money to have one of those. And I imagine when they turned it on, probably the neighbor's lights dimmed in their house briefly. Oh, the guy turned his TV on again. Like the old laser printers. Remember those old HP laser printers? You'd go to print to those in your room, the lights in your room would dim down and then come back again. Hey, somebody's printing. Now, my father will tell you, oh, you guys had it made. When I used computers, there weren't any cathode ray tubes. Everything came out on a printer. There was no screen at all. Punch cards and printers were how input and output happened with an old computer in the 60s. Think about that. Call of Duty's totally different that way. Herman Splitoff says hello and good morning from Germany again. Welcome in, Herman. Jaden wants to know, what are my thoughts on virtual reality? It's interesting how wordplay affects something quite simple. When I was growing up in the 1970s as a child, the word we used was pretend. We're going to pretend. Today, we don't say pretend anymore. Today, we say virtual reality. I have a virtual office. So you don't actually have an office, you're just pretending to have one. Virtual is a fancy word for pretend, in my opinion. And how we glorify pretend is bizarre to me. I think reality is enough to keep you interested. Like if you're bored of reality, that you would prefer to be more fascinated with pretend reality, that's weird to me. When somebody's like a heroin addict, that's also avoiding reality for a pretend reality. And it might be fun on a whim. I think pretending is healthy if it's done recreationally. I don't know what that means. But there's people who spend more time in virtual reality than reality. And if you're a child, I don't have a problem with that. But when you're a grown-ass man, take some responsibility and come join the rest of us in reality. You think virtual reality is cool. You should see what's going on in real reality. That'll blow your mind. So, as an interesting momentary distraction, virtual reality is interesting, but it doesn't involve all five senses. You can't taste anything. You can't feel anything. You can't smell anything. If you're thirsty, go have a glass of virtual water. Let me know if that satisfies you. Virtual reality leaves me dissatisfied. It feels like I'm on a painkiller. If you take painkillers, you will be numb to how things feel. You may be numb to how things smell, depending on how you react to it. But it's dulling your senses. That's what painkillers do. To me, virtual reality is an escape. It's like running away. Not that that's automatically bad. If you're going to run away temporarily and come back, I got no problem with that. The problem I have is people run away and they don't come back, or they spend more time in virtual reality. I have a problem with that. I don't think it's mentally healthy. I don't know what can actually be accomplished in virtual reality that matters. You could save the world in virtual reality, and when you turn the machine off, it didn't make any difference. Nobody cares. But if you save the world in real life, if you come up with the vaccine for this pandemic, you're a real hero in real life with real consequences. If you want to jump out of an airplane in virtual reality and then jump out of an airplane in real life, and then tell me how those two are similar, I'd be very interested in your perspective. If you want to race an F1 race car at 190 miles an hour down the straight and then hit the curve at 3 Gs, I'm curious how the rumble of the engine and the bumps of the road and the thrill of hitting that wall and potentially dying in a fiery ball of a big ball of fiery crash compares with, I don't know, let's say Forza, whatever the latest version of Forza is. And I want you to tell me where they're similar in any way at all. It doesn't sound the same. It doesn't feel the same. It doesn't look the same. It doesn't sound the same. And it is absolutely nowhere near the emotional response when your real life is in real danger. It's numb. Why people are fascinated with pretend is, again, when I was under 10, I would play with my Star Wars figures. I had a great time. If I did that today, I think people would make fun of me. So we'll just keep that a secret between us, that I don't do that anymore. Thank you for the question. 4 is a 7. Is that what they're up to? I was going to say 4. It's the last one I remember. See, I decided not to say it. Good thing I did. I'm not going to read Ed Dana's comment out loud, but it's funny. Mike Ladd said that he saw an advertisement for HD sunglasses, and I can't make that up. Kyle from Bitwit has a video here on YouTube. If you haven't watched it, you need to watch this video. Let's see if I can find out what it's called. And I'm sure someone can put the link in the chat room for me. But he has created a pane of glass that has RGB stuck on it. And it's very sarcastic. It's very, very much something I would do if I had Kyle's talent. What is it? Bitwit, RGB. The greatest PC marketing pitch of all time is the name of the video. Let me grab it. Oh, no, don't you play audio and get me my copyright issues. That is one of the best videos ever made, period, end of story. And it is hilarious because it's true. So much of this video is sarcastic, but what's frightening is how this actually happens in the real world. This is the logic that people use, for real. And to see Kyle make fun of it, spot on, brilliant. Brilliant. I wish I had done it. But I don't have to now because he already did it. Oh my gosh. Let's all take a minute, click on that video and watch it. It's not very long. And tell me that's not the funniest darn thing because it's true. That's why it's funny. Jaden says, thanks for your thoughts. I'm 15 and I just bought a VR headset. It'll be cool to watch movies and stuff in the theater when you can't physically go there. Hey, Jaden, you know what? A lot of what I talk about is coming from a 52-year-old man's perspective. You know, when I was 15, I didn't have to worry about the things I have to worry about in life. And this happens to all of us as we take on more responsibilities. Those responsibilities generally never go away. I remember when I got my first credit card bill and I was like, look at that, you know, and the minimum payment was like $7. I'm like, I don't know why adults make such a big deal about this. So what? What's the big deal? You write a check for $7, so you put a stamp on it, it's done. And then I got another credit card, and then I moved out and I had electric, I had the rent, I had the water, I had the sanitation and garbage pickup, and then you had to deal with the yard and the landscaping, or the city would, you know, start alerting and sending in notices of fines and potential jail time if you didn't mow your freaking lawn or water it in my case. And then maybe you get in a relationship and then you have those issues in a relationship and you've got a car and then you've got car problems and car payments and insurance, and it never stops. Like it just builds and builds and builds and builds and builds. And then you think back to when you were younger and you're like, wow, life was a lot easier. Yeah, you think? So when your life is easy, you got no responsibilities, and you've got all this time on your hands, then that changes things significantly because you're not old enough to work, let's say, and you know, you're still living on mom and dad's dime, as you should be. They're providing your shelter, your clothes, your food, your shoes, what have you. And have a good time, whatever that is, whatever that is. You want to, you know, I remember kids in the 80s would shave their hair into a mohawk, and my dad would be like, I would never allow that. Like, when are you supposed to do that? You can't do that when you're 30. You'll probably lose your job. Get that out of your system when you're a high schooler. Go shave your head or whatever you want to do to. Because there were people that would, put the mohawk and dye their hair blue and all that stuff. And then usually, by the time you're out of high school, that ends pretty darn quick for a number of different reasons. Not the least of which, you don't have the time or money to do that, spend that much time on your hair, for most people. So if you're 15 and you want to play with virtual reality, I think it's cool. I got no problem with it. But if you're, a grown-ass man, that's the expression I'm going to be using tonight, and you want to, look, it's your life and you can do whatever you want with it. Far be it from me to tell you how to live your life. But we have such a need for help in society that I can't help but wonder how you could be spending your time and energy in a more rewarding way in the real world. Some of the most satisfying feeling you will ever get in your life is helping somebody who's asking for help. You don't force your help on somebody, but if somebody's asking for help, whatever that is, if there's a little old lady with a walker and she's having trouble getting through a door, and you run up there and hold that door open, you'll see a real sense of appreciation when she says thank you to you, because she sincerely means that. Or if you offer a helping hand in any way, shape, or form, the sense of appreciation is so much more satisfying than winning any game. But you're still young for that, so enjoy the games and have fun with it. Absolutely. Yeah, that changes my perspective entirely. A lot of times when I talk to my YouTube channel, I think I'm talking to people my age, and of course we have people of all ages, male and female, and I make too many assumptions too often. And I should take a step back and learn more when people ask a question to find out, well, who's asking? Because sometimes the answers change depending on who's asking. For the very example I just gave. And that's something, if you notice, if you've ever seen any of my live presentations on stage, I'm generally talking to the generation that's my parents' age, because they're digital immigrants. They didn't grow up with this stuff. And I try and bridge it with common analogies that we all know to help bridge the gap, that they're not so intimidated by the complexity that technology appears to some people. But I can see that. I can look in their eyes and I can see them, and I kind of know which way to go. I can't see you guys, so I don't know, unless I've met you in person, I don't really know anything about you. And so when you're asking me these questions, I can only give you a general answer based on assumptions I'm making about you. And this is true of any information you're gleaning from the internet. These people offering you information, what do they know about you? And so keep that in mind, please. Anytime you ask anybody on the internet for information, that information may be well intended and it may be accurate under certain circumstances for certain people. It's not like a blanket we can throw over and say, this one answer affects everybody always. And I wouldn't want to live in a world where that was the case. And why are you still up? Isn't this a school night? All right, so I have stalled enough. I hope you guys got to see that video. It is a funny, funny video. Very well done. And again, true. Ed says, Carey, you need to do a comedy tech channel. Isn't that what this is? seeing some people timing out. There's a person in the chat room called Kevin Burgess. I don't think they posted anything worthy of a timeout or a ban. I don't know why you guys did that. We got some heavy-handed moderators in here. I think that was not justified. Kevin Burgess was unhidden by Todd. Okay, thank you, Todd, for correcting that. Ghost Shadow, I'm going to need you to have a lighter trigger finger. I would rather my friends in blue don't exercise their power of their authority unless somebody is being vulgar. The things I'm seeing from Kevin Burgess appear to be quite funny and intended not to be spamming or trolling. It just looks like he's trying to be funny. And I think you're not in on the joke, and you're punishing him for that. And one of the dangers I have when I trust people in blue is you can cause me the loss of viewers. You can be hindering my channel. Even though that's, I believe, not your intent, I would much prefer that you erred on the side of caution and don't do that. And if you keep doing it, I'm going to remove that power from you. Not that I want to, and I know your intent is there, but you're going to have to, if somebody's being vulgar or if somebody is spamming the chat room, different story. But apart from that, please don't time people out, and certainly don't ban anybody. I should be the only person doing the banning around here. And I hope if you consider yourself my friend, that you will take your responsibility seriously, because if you don't, I'm going to remove them. It's upsetting to me when the power goes to some people's heads, or they think they're an authority figure. I am not consenting to anything other than the removal of vulgar information, vulgar posts, and people spamming. That's it. If you're concerned about somebody, you're not quite sure, then ask me. Bring it to my attention. Please don't be the judge, jury, and executioner unless they're vulgar or clearly spamming. I will never be upset if you do nothing. If somebody's spamming or being vulgar and I have to take care of it myself, I won't be mad at you. But if you are inappropriately timing people out for your own rules instead of my rules, you don't understand my rules, we're going to have an issue. So please, I'm going to ask you, and if you do it again, I have to reevaluate who should be blue. And I do appreciate what you're doing. I know your intent is there, but it is potentially causing damage to my channel. Please don't damage my channel. Please? I'm asking nicely. This is what I like in this community. I like that we can chat. This is what YouTube is all about. This is not TV. I am not here to put on a scripted, professional, heavily edited show. I'm here to talk with you the way you talk to everybody else in your life. We're going to go to a restaurant and have dinner together. We're going to have a conversation. Right? If your car breaks down on the way and you arrive late, that's what happens to me. You know, my internet connection didn't work the other day, and people are like, oh, I thought you were a professional. Is that how you talk to your friends in real life? So I'm trying to bring real life here because I think there's a massive shortage of it on YouTube. You know, with scripting and editing, you can make everything perfect every time. It's very unrealistic to life. Furthermore, if life was that way, why would I want to live it? It sounds torturous. Here's a video game where you walk your character across a straight line to the other side. So what do? I just told you, you walk your character from one side of the screen to the other. Are there like obstacles or things you jump over, somebody shooting at you? No, it's just your guy on the screen, and you walk him from the left to the right. Well, can you like fall off? Can you fail? No. Is there like a time limit? Mm-mm. Do you get points? No. So you walk the guy from the one side to the other side of the screen. Mm-hmm. And you play this game? Oh God, no. That's horrible. Why would you want to play that game? So, yeah. Let's mix it up. Let's make Kevin Burgess blue. Just to right a wrong. Kevin, please don't make me remove that blue. Don't make me out to be a fool. I got that covered. I don't need your help. All right, so the stream looks like it's been pretty steady apart from what appears to be just the one hiccup we had earlier. I think we've been okay since that one hiccup, which is extraordinarily intermittent, which is going to make this a real fun problem for me to fix. Ed wants to know what I think of Chromebooks. He says, I love them, especially for old folks. Chromebooks exist. The same reason tablets exist and phones exist, and the same. Look, when you go to the car dealer to buy a car, this is what it feels like to me. What you're asking. Let's say this is a car channel and we're talking about cars. You say, hey, Carey, what do you think of minivans? What do you think of two-door sports cars? What do you think of four-wheel drive? What do you think of hybrids? What do you think of electrics? What do you think of a pickup truck? What do you think of towing capacity? What do you think of an off-road vehicle? What do you think of an all-wheel drive vehicle, like in the rain and the snow? What do you think of an SUV? Like these questions can go on and on and on and on and on. But the reason all of these different types of vehicles exist are to meet the needs of the individual buyers. So it doesn't really matter what I think of them. Like, it's totally irrelevant. I have my personal preferences. And for some people, Chromebooks are a wonderful solution for their lifestyle and the way that they use the computer. And for other people, they're a complete nightmare. So in the hands of the right person, it's the right tool for the right job. I'm a fan of any tool that fits the needs of the person using the tool, whatever that tool is. It's certainly not a tool for me. But I know a professional programmer who loves his Chromebook. He is on a technical level much higher than I am. And I'm like, really? You use a Chromebook? He's like, oh, this is so amazing. I don't know. You don't have one? Well, what do you find amazing about it? Well, he's a code monkey, so he can have access to his code anywhere he goes, anytime, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, but you can't save anything to the Chromebook. How do you print? Oh, yeah, printing's super easy. And he's like, cloud printing. I'm like, cloud printing? What? It's cloud printing. Get out of here with your cloud printing. But, he loves it. Doesn't matter what I think. So, again, there's no one type of vehicle that we're all going to drive. This is the car for you. Well, I suppose if you lived in communist Russia, everybody drove the same car of a certain class, right? But beyond that, we have freedom of choice, and you choose what's best for you. I got no problem with Chromebooks as a device and as a purpose, as a tool. I have no use for one. It doesn't make them bad. It's just, I don't eat lobster. It's disgusting. But that doesn't mean it's bad. It just means I don't like it. I'm not saying you shouldn't eat it. Knock yourself out. You can have mine. I'm not eating it. I don't know how to say this person's name. Jean-Francois Pelgrims, I'm sure the last name I've totally butchered, contributes €2. Hey, Jean-Francois, thank you so much for your support. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Can we just say Smith? Or something French like Depardieu? I know that one. No, thank you. I appreciate your support. Brandon says, Carey, what are your thoughts on cryptocurrencies? I think cryptocurrencies are the future. I think that the younger generation will be using them more than actual cash. I think it makes life a lot simpler, especially with privacy concerns. The fact that the US can just print more money, versus Bitcoin. Bitcoin has 21 million Bitcoins. There'll never, ever be any more. That's it. That's all there is. Some people lost their Bitcoins, gone forever, never to be replaced. Value is asserted from supply and demand. So if the supply is limited, but the demand goes up over time, then that supply becomes more valuable. I think there's a lot of cryptocurrencies to choose from, but none lead the way like Bitcoin. Bitcoin has the most value, and it's one of the most heavily used. Not that things like Litecoin, Ethereum, and all these other ones aren't, you get in early, you could buy a Bitcoin for not a Bitcoin, you could buy some cryptocurrencies for under $1. And if you hold on to it long enough, and if it doesn't totally collapse, you could have a good payback, right? But let's take a look at Bitcoin for a minute. For last month, Bitcoin gone up to $40,000. It's sitting around 33,000 and a half, 33.5, something like that. Bitcoin's value is always fluctuating every day, up and down, up and down, up and down. And some days it goes way up, and some days it goes way down. And people are like, "Oh, it's such a volatile market. It's very bullish right now." Bullish is their fancy word they use for saying it's going up and up and up. Right? It's bullish. If it was going down and down, I think that's bearish. I don't know. It's Wall Street talk. Anyway. Here's my advice. Stop looking at the daily or the hourly up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Because that's not giving you its true value. If you want to see the true value of Bitcoin, I want you to pick any day in the past. Pick a day. What's today? February 1st. Technically it's the 2nd because it's after midnight now. February 1st, 2021. Let's go back 10 years. Let's go to February 1st, 2011. I don't care. Just pick any day, any time in the past, further than 6 months. And I want you to draw a graph on a piece of paper, like an L. And here I want you to put 40,000, 30,000, 20,000, 10,000, $0. Okay, this is dollars. And then down here we'll put 2011, 2012, 2013, all the way to, so you have a traditional graph. I want you to look at whatever the value of Bitcoin was at whatever date in the past you've selected, and I want you to cross the amount it was worth with the date and draw a little circle. Color it in, fill it in, little circle. And I want you to look at Bitcoin value today or tomorrow or next week or next month, whenever you want. I want you to look at its current value and go to 2021 over on this side, and then go to its value, which if we did today would be $33,500, dollar circle. And I want you to get a straight edge like a ruler, and I want you to draw a line connecting those two dots, and I want you to tell me what direction that line is moving in. That's my thought about cryptocurrencies, specifically the Mac Daddy. Nobody says that anymore. Mac Daddy? The king of Bitcoin, or the king of cryptocurrencies is Bitcoin. It has the most value, it's the most used. There's Bitcoin Cash. Like I said, there's a lot of other cryptocurrencies. I don't really know much about them. I know that PayPal will allow you to now buy Bitcoin, and I think Litecoin and Bitcoin Cash, and I think Ethereum. I think there's 4, and they charge you a trading fee. So I think it's like $15 fee for every 1,000 or something like that. So you want to buy $1,000 with a Bitcoin, which is a fraction of a Bitcoin. You don't have to buy a whole Bitcoin. You could buy a piece of a Bitcoin, whatever amount you want to spend, and then there's a transaction fee, and then PayPal will hold it. PayPal won't let you spend it currently. You can only buy it and sell it. But if you buy that Bitcoin today at whatever price is, I don't even care what the price is, and hold on to it for a few years, ideally hold on to it for 10 years if you can. There's talk easily could hit $100,000 by the end of this year. So if you bought $1,000 in Bitcoin and it goes up to, let's say, 99,000, say it's at 33,000, then it doubles to 66, and then again to 99, then you would have $3,000 from the 1,000. That's more interest than any bank account I'm aware of, or any Wall Street S&P 500 index fund or whatever else. And don't get me started on the GameStop. I don't even understand that. It's short selling, it's hedge funds, and it's greed. That's about as much as I've established on that. I'm not a financial expert, and you should not take financial advice from me. But thanks for your question. Todd says, yeah, but Carey, don't all the scammers and criminals use Bitcoin? Well, they also use Amazon and iTunes gift cards. So what does that mean? Ghost Shadow says he thinks it's funny people who invest in cryptocurrency in case of collapse. If what they believe actually happens, the cryptocurrency will be worth zero. Well, that I could understand what you're saying if we all lived in one country. But just because one country's economy collapses doesn't mean the entire economy around the world collapses. And so if the country you live in falls under some sort of dictatorship or something like that, that doesn't mean the worldwide economy is affected. It's only affecting where you are. So I think you're misunderstanding what people are saying. They're not saying if this world becomes Mad Max. They're saying if my country becomes Mad Max. You understand the difference? Because if you're in that situation where the world economy collapses, your Bitcoin or financial status won't matter anyway. It won't be a regret. If you have $100,000 in the bank that's completely worthless, and $100,000 in Bitcoin that's completely worthless, and outside is radioactive and you have no food for your family, I just don't think financial things are going to be on your mind whatsoever of any value. Like if you want to take it to that extreme, it's sort of like, I don't know. I got nothing. Usually I'm good at coming up with analogies. I guess it's getting late. But it's just the idea is that if the situation were honestly that bad, the last thing on your mind would be some pointless thing like money, which would no longer have any effect on your ability to survive. Blackwatch contributes $5 Canadian. Said rates went up. The kid now wants a $5. Hey, it's a lot more than 5, okay? Wesley Williams says, I like real gold over crypto. You know, gold hasn't moved for a long time. Only recently it started to move, and it's pretty good. When I was growing up in the 80s, my dad worked for a precious metals exchange, and he was able to buy it with no fees. And he bought African cougarans. South African cougaran? And it's got like a little antelope or a deer or something on there. There's a pretty coin. And he'd show it to me, let me touch it for 2 seconds and then put it away. And I think in the 1980s, those coins there's an ounce, a troy ounce, not an ounce, a troy ounce is more. There's a troy ounce of gold, and I want to say it was like $1,100, and gold was going crazy in the 80s for a while. Then I looked at gold coins maybe 2 years ago, and they were like $1,300, and I'm like, boy, that hasn't gone up much at all. Then I looked at gold coins last week because I heard the price of gold was going up, and it was like $1,300, $1,400. Now it's at like $2,000, $1,900, $2,000 for the same gold coin. So the problem with these investments is you never know when it's going to jump. It can sit and just kind of grow really slow. It's a couple of bucks a year, a couple of bucks. It's a couple of bucks. Who cares? And then all of a sudden, you never saw it coming. Boom. Goes up 30, 40%. What just happened? I don't know. But the thing about gold is it very rarely comes back down. Like Bitcoin will go up and down constantly. Gold generally moves one direction. Now, you are aware that there's an asteroid in space that's made entirely of gold. I think it's made of gold. And I think that this entire asteroid is worth like every bit of money on the complete world, like 1 billion times over. It's an astronomical, like it would collapse the economy. If somebody was able to capture that asteroid, bring it down to Earth and smelt it into coins, money would become worthless. I can't think of the name of the asteroid. Elon Musk wants to send a rocket to mine some of it and bring it back. And I don't know if he wants to do it for the money or he wants to do it for the challenge, because it would be quite expensive, but he wouldn't have to take much, I think, to compensate. Gold is heavy, so I don't know how much he could take in return back to Earth or what that would cost. But there's an asteroid. I was hoping somebody here in the chat would post the link. Wesley says, I wish a chunk of it fell in my pool, right? It's really far away. It wouldn't be easy to get to. Ophelia says, Carey, gold is pretty. Well, I must be made of gold. Never do that again. No. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. So nobody's posting the link in the chat. You guys are going to make me look for it, aren't you? All right, let me see what I got here. Let's go to YouTube. Let's type in gold asteroid in space. Where else would an asteroid be? So here's a link to a video. Elon Musk is mining a gold asteroid worth 700 quintillion dollars. Do you know what a quintillion is? I don't. It's a lot of zeros. Let me put a link to this if you guys want to check it out and learn more about it. It's real. It's a real thing. Asteroid 16 Psyche, or Psyche. Yeah. You want to talk about gluttony? You could destroy the entire world's economy if you could capture this thing and bring it down to Earth. It would just destroy the economy because nothing would have any value anymore. Ricky Gervais has a really funny joke. You guys know who Ricky Gervais is? From the British, The Office? Anyway, he's gotten to be quite wealthy. And the journalists might often ask him, hey, you're not one of us anymore, right? Because you've got all this wealth. I mean, do you have any idea what a gallon of milk costs? You know, implying that Ricky Gervais no longer goes to the grocery store and buys groceries. He has people do that for him. And Ricky's response is just brilliant. He goes, you know what? I'm not quite sure what a gallon of milk goes, but here's $1,000. Would you pick me up a gallon? I love it. I love that. It's so satirical. It's so gouges, because the question's quite offensive. You're implying somebody's out of touch, right? That they're so wealthy, they're out of touch. These are questions people like Bill Gates get all the time, and people have no idea how offensive it is. Not only because he might very well know, but also because he may not be able to go to a grocery store without being mobbed by people. Can you imagine you're walking through the grocery store and there's Paul McCartney just like buying some toilet paper and burritos? This guy's not going to get out of the store. People are going to text, put it on social media. There's going to be 1,000 people at that store creating a distraction. The police are going to have to get called. And by the way, if you're buying burritos, get some toilet paper while you're there. Here's $1,000. That ought to cover it. A quintillion is 1,000 raised to the power of 6. Woo! Wow. Let me see that super chat contribution. That's what I'm talking about. Planet Cryos contributes $5. He says, I feel charitable tonight. So here's another little bit. Well, right on. I appreciate that. Thank you. John Young says 10 to the 18th power. Whatever it is, it's a big, big number. Well, maybe, okay, maybe that's the same thing. I don't know. Disney fan wants to know where my Coca-Cola is. Well, it's after midnight and caffeine this late at night. I've already told you I'm a night owl. That means I already have trouble sleeping. Adding caffeine to the mix, I won't sleep. Ben says your internet seems to be pretty reliable right now. Yeah, that's not helping me. I don't want it to be reliable because as long as the problem exists, it's not solved. And if it only happens sometimes, it's not going to be solved until it starts happening, so I can start finding some common denominator to try and resolve it. So in a way, it's bad that the internet's working well because it's not fixed. That means until this is completely resolved, I have to be very cautious over the content that I'm making. Again, I don't want to be doing like a $4,000 computer build and have the internet go out right in the middle of, you know, this critical build where I'm building momentum and energy in the build and getting excited, and then all of that momentum gets lost. I mean, it's bad enough that you can have internet problems that are out of your control. The internet service provider can have problems. People can cut a cable, and construction. You know, we already have those problems. I just want a normal, stable internet connection 95% of the time. Is that so much to ask? Rick Lakes contributes $5. Hey, Rick, thank you for that. Ghost Shadow says intermittent issues are nearly impossible to track down and fix. No, absolutely not true. I can fix it. I just need time. Ophelia says, sleep well, Carey. Time for me to get up and get breakfast. Right on. Well, enjoy your day. Thanks for hanging out with us. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm looking at the chat room if you're wondering. There's somebody in the chat room I haven't seen in a long time. Dave Linovitz in the chat room is somebody who I met on the bulletin board systems in the 1980s. And while I wouldn't say we're the best of friends, I consider him to be a good friend. I'm always happy to see him. And I regret that I don't make more of an effort to reach out and connect more with him. But I see him in the chat room now, and it's really cool. You know, how many people do you know in your life from 40 years ago? You know, I suppose it hasn't quite been 40 years, but he says, don't make me feel old. Hey, only you can make you feel old. I'm not feeling you. I mean, you know, 20 bucks is 20 bucks, but I'm not doing it. I don't like you that much. Buy me dinner. We'll see where things go. Michael Dane has put all the zeros in quintillion. What do we have? 1, 6. Wait. Oh, man. Chat room's moving too quick. 6, 12, 18 zeros. Yeah. Well, that might buy me a Tesla. He says, Dave says, this is why we don't hang. That checks out. Fair point. Let me get a cold Gatorade. I'm going to step out of frame for a minute. You can still hear me talk because, you know, I'm real shy like that. I want to tell you about an interesting repair I had to do that has nothing to do with computers. In this house that I'm in, there's a refrigerator here that's quite old. It's a Kenmore Elite. It's got the two, you know, the French door refrigerator, and then below it's got the bottom drawer freezer. And I don't know if you've ever seen these refrigerators that have two doors, not like a side-by-side where you've got a freezer on one side and a refrigerator on the other. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about two doors. When you open it, there's a little plastic piece that swings back and forth so that when the doors close, it seals it. Because when you open it, it's all refrigerator. It's all one big open space. There's no divider in the middle. So the divider is attached to the left door. And when that door opens, that divider is supposed to swing closed so it's flat. And it's done with a simple spring. And so one of the things that happened in this house a while back was the refrigerator was warm, and I couldn't figure out why it was warm. And then I realized that little piece had not, it stayed this way. And so when the other door went to close, it didn't, the first door that I closed, the left side, it's supposed to go into a little track, and it can only go into the track if that little piece is like this. But when you open the door, when it comes out of the track, it goes like this, and the spring is supposed to immediately return it back to that position. The spring was broken. Actually, it's not that the spring was broken. There's a piece of plastic that loops that the spring goes in, and that plastic broke off because that's a really good engineering design. And so what happened was, because I didn't know that, I'd never had a refrigerator like that, when the other door closed, it wasn't flush. And so the refrigerator just ran and never got cold. But I thought, uh-oh, I think the refrigerator's busted. I think the compressor went out. Wouldn't you love to see my Google search history? What is the thing called on a French door refrigerator that's between the doors? How do you Google that? I'm like, okay, French door refrigerator, but then it's pulling up side by sides. I'm like, no, okay, bottom freezer, refrigerator, doors, seal. I don't know what this thing is. And I'm pulling my hair out going, how do you search for something when you don't know what it's called? And I'm trying to describe it. So I go to YouTube and I'm like, refrigerator door repair. And I start looking through the videos and I found it. And it's called, well, think about this for a minute, they're French doors. So should it shock you that this piece is called a mullion? It's a French word, M-U-L-L-I-O-N. Now, knowing it's called a mullion, I can Google mullion. No, that's not how I found it. Come to think of it, that's not how I found it. Here's how I found it. I'm remembering this totally wrong. I have a GE refrigerator and the ice maker always breaks. And when I go to the GE website, I can pull up the breakout of all the parts. And it'll be like the ice maker will have a breakout of all the parts with little numbers. It's like a sketch. They're not actual pictures. It's like an artist's drawing of an outline of what the parts look like, with little lines of the parts breaking apart. And it says this one's number 7 and this one's number 8. Then you go down and you say, okay, number 8 is the auger, whatever. So I said, well, maybe Kenmore does that too. So I started searching for the breakout of the items. And I went, there's different sections, freezer, refrigerator, doors. So I go to the doors section, then it's like number 82, and then I look, okay, number 82, mullion. Never heard that word in 52 years of my life. Never taught to me in school, never heard of it. Might as well be French. Anyway, then I go on YouTube and I search for mullion door repair or mullion replacement. It's 2 screws, the thing slides out and there's a cable you unclip. So then I'm like, okay, so now there's a sticker in the refrigerator, it's got the model number. So now I Google the model number with the word mullion, and it pulls up these parts and I don't know which one it is. So I go back to the breakout from the original manufacturer. I'm teaching you critical thinking here. I'm not a refrigerator repairman. And this thing, I have to keep pushing it with my hand. Every time I open the refrigerator left door, I have to keep pushing that mullion back with my hand. If I forget to do it, it won't close right. And a refrigerator doesn't seal. And I don't want all my food to go bad. So Luckily, Doritos don't have to be refrigerated, but that's beside the point. Anyway, then I thought, why don't I just look on Amazon, right? So what I did is I looked up the breakout picture from the manufacturer. I saw the part number. And then I put the part number in Google along with the manufacturer, Kenmore Elite, and it brought me to a Kenmore Elite parts page, which I think was from Kenmore. It was an official thing, and it said, this part number replaces that part number, and then like 3 other parts. So somewhere they changed the design somehow, and now it covers like 3 different refrigerator models. So if your refrigerator uses this, this, or this is now the new replacement part number. So then I go to Amazon and I type just the part number in, boom, there's the part, $70, shows up 2 days later. I take out 2 screws, put the thing in, it goes in like, I don't know, 4 minutes. And now the refrigerator works like it should. And there you have it. If you're determined, you can learn whatever you want to learn. I could have paid somebody to do that job, but quite honestly, I'm sure that they would have marked up the part more. I think it was a $70 part. That probably would have cost $140, $120. And then I'd have to pay at least an hour of their labor. And you know how angry I would be to watch them remove 2 screws and unclip a wire, then take the other one, clip the wire back on and put the 2 screws back in? Like, I'd be like, oh, I could have done that. I just didn't know what that part was called. And I didn't know how to Google it. Like, how do you Google for a part and you don't know what the part is? That was a very interesting situation to be in. I don't know anybody who fixes refrigerators. I can't get on the phone and say, hey man, what do you call that thing between the doors? What are you talking about? You know, it's a swingy thing. It's the swingy thing between the doors. What? Okay, it's $1 million. Oh, $1 million. Why didn't you just say million? Because I thought that was an amount of money that I don't have. I want $1 million. Abdul Azim Patel says, critical thinking, cola, and Doritos. Have I died and gone to heaven? Yes, please. Hey, you know what's good about Doritos? Nothing to cook, nothing to clean. You know, if you're hungry, you don't have to wait for the oven to preheat. You don't have to dirty any pans or dishes or silverware. You just open the bag, grab a handful, and pop a soda, Gatorade. Dinner is served. And it's perfectly healthy. I mean, look at me. I'm the picture of health. You dirty your fingers, though. Eating Doritos? Depends the flavor. I suppose you're probably thinking of the nacho cheese flavor. But, you know, Cool Ranch doesn't really do much. The taco flavor doesn't do much like that. It's just the nacho cheese flavor. I mean, you eat potato chips, plain potato chips, you get grease on your fingers. So wash your hands. It's a good excuse. You should be washing your hands anyway. Colin Mitchell says, Walker's smoky bacon are better. Yeah, you're right, Colin. They are better. Unfortunately, they're not really sold locally. So I can go on Amazon and I can order them and have them shipped from London. They're delicious. I just ordered some foods from around the world and they're at the other house. So I haven't tried them yet. And I want to try them live on camera. Like Cheetos in Australia have a cheese and bacon flavored Cheeto cheese ball. That sounds incredible. Yes, please. I got some fried chicken skins in a bag from Thailand. Yes, please. Totally healthy. I've got some Funyun type things. I think they're from Australia, and they're supposed to taste like hamburger. It sounds disgusting, so I have to try it. So I'm getting some food from around the world, junk food, by the way, because I'm a fussy eater, but I'll try junk food with certain limits. And so that stuff, I just was on Amazon. And no, that's, again, I'm remembering everything wrong. There's a YouTube video where an Australian and American are trying each other's snacks and reacting to it. And I went, oh, that looks like, let me see if I can get that on Amazon. And then Amazon says, oh, you might be interested in this chocolate bar from Norway. I'm like, yes, I would be. And I can't do it in the summertime because, you know, we have over 100 degrees in a row of over 100 degree. We have over 100 days in a row of over 100 degree Fahrenheit temperatures. And anything chocolate would melt just from the Postal Service. So now's the time, you know, now that we have the colder weather, I can order stuff like that. And I'm going to try it live on camera and see if I get sick. And Rick Hubbard says he can send me some more of those Walker's Smoky Bacon chips. Hey, I wouldn't tell you not to. Rick had previously sent a big box of those. Rick sent a Corsair 200R case stuffed with Walker's chips. Don't do that again. About 20% of the bags were busted, and so the chips inside of the bags were already stale because air got in. It was a fun idea, though. But unfortunately, about 20% of those had to be thrown out. I'm like, oh, what's wrong with these? And then I realized they somehow, from being in the case, it just compressed the bag too much, and the bag popped and created a hole or a tear, and then the chips just oxidized, or whatever it's called when they go flat. So that made me sad to throw away a whole little bag of those beautiful chips. It was really, really a sad day. But the case was fine. Mordant gives me a link to Walker's Bacon chips on Amazon. I've ordered them before. They come from London. That's where I get them. I get them on Amazon. Some of the stuff I ordered on Amazon was, I don't know if I can pull some of this stuff up. You know, it's a pandemic. I got to keep myself entertained somehow. I'm not signed into Amazon on this computer for security reasons, so I can't pull up my previous orders, but I was going to name some of the stuff. One of them, I think, was like pizza. Someone mentioned pizza-flavored chips. There were some pizza-flavored crackers coming, I think, from Australia. They sound absolutely disgusting, so it's pizza-flavored. I got to try it. I haven't had any pizza-flavored snack that tastes anything at all like pizza. I don't know, just feel like I'm being lied to. But I'm willing to try and see if it's any good. Crystal Robbins says, I didn't know any of these things existed until I started watching you. Yeah, don't get me started on Etsy. You can get some really cool stuff on Etsy that is very unique. I love supporting small businesses, and you can get a little Funko figure made of yourself on Etsy. It's the coolest thing ever. Mortmont said, I ordered that salt you told me about too. Which salt did I talk about? Disney fan wants to know what this computer case is right here. This is a Thermaltake AHT 600. It's supposed to look like an attack helicopter. We've got a 10900K in there, 64 gigs of Crystal RGB G-Skill Royal Z RAM. We've got Thermaltake's ring flow all-in-one liquid cooler with a Thermaltake modular 750 watt power supply with an EVGA GeForce RTX 3080 and two additional quad ring fans, 140 millimeter up front. This is what I don't like about this case is the back stays open. This is what the back looks like when it's fully built. So if you have a cat or someone that can go in there, it's what we call an open air case. So there's nothing protecting children's hands or small animals from going inside. I guess a piece of cardboard could fit in there or something, but that kind of sucks. And I will probably need Mitch's help to get this off the table. This is one of the heaviest cases I've ever built in. I'd say the only thing heavier than this was that Cosmos 2 case I did back in 2013. This thing is heavy. And then I've got a smaller version of it. It's a micro ATX version of the same case. It looks exactly the same, just looks like it's further away. That's called the AHT 200. I think this is around $250, and then the AHT 200 I think is $149. And these were both purchased on Amazon. Wesley says, Carey, I remember when you washed the keyboards in the dishwasher, and that leaf blower guy with a dusty old Dell full of dust to a Thermaltake beast with a badass specs. I'm proud of you, brother. Oh, Morton was talking about the Michigan salted seasoning salt. Oh, isn't that good? Yeah. You know, it's real simple. It's just, I mean, you could probably make it at home. It's just like kosher salt, pepper, and garlic. But it's kind of, the granules are, it's not fine. It's, what's the word? It's got a different texture to it. But it's not over the top seasoning. You know, it's not like 8 million seasonings all crammed into one bottle, because that's just blah. And it's from Michigan, and that automatically makes it like 3 times better. Arnold wants to know if I ever did a build in a TT Core V2 cube case. I did do a cube case. It was $99. I called it the glass cage. And I think it was thermal. Was it Thermaltake? I think, yeah, it was Thermaltake glass case. It was a $99 glass case. I didn't like the cable management because there's nowhere to hide the cables. The motherboard sits right out in the open with all the cables going in every direction, and it's glass all the way around, so there's no way to hide it. And there's no cable routing. But it was super easy to work on as far as accessing stuff. And it was a good bargain. I mean, for 99 bucks, I thought it was a good value for what you were getting. However, I wouldn't want to do it again. It was just to do it. But if you search here on YouTube for the glass cage computer, that should pull that up. And I think that's what it was. Coarse salt, coarse. Thank you. I don't know, you know, yeah, what I was trying to think of, you know, a lot of salt, like if you buy Morton salt, it's very fine. It's a fine salt. And this salt was granular or coarse. Thank you both. That's from Benjamin Baldridge and Morton's 1210. I could use you guys in my everyday life when I'm trying to think of a word that's right on the tip of my tongue. I should know better. Michael wants to know, has anyone heard of Gem Bottle Pop Cream Soda? There's a little shop here in Phoenix that sells bottles of pop or soda from all over the world. And so one of my favorites is from the Caribbean called Ting, T-I-N-G. And they were one of the only places I could find in Phoenix that had it. And they also have the Gem and all these other like glass bottle sodas that are just, you know, nearly 100% sugar. Google goggles to search for things you don't know the name. I don't know what Google goggles is. And I don't know how, what is that? You take a picture of something and it's going to tell you what you took a picture of? Because I don't think that would work with the mullion, but I don't know. What happened to the inaccessible boot device? I don't know what you're referring to. Can you be more specific? Todd wants to know what the most favorite Gatorade flavor or flavors that you like to drink. I don't know what that could possibly be, since every time I drink a Gatorade, it's always the same color. Every single time. I'm going to let you take a guess on that one, and we'll give you 3 guesses, and we won't count the first 2. James wants to know when I go live. I don't know, James. I go live whenever I can. I wanted to go live at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock this afternoon, and the neighbors decided it would be a good idea to play loud music, which could result in a copyright violation if my microphone picks it up. So I had to postpone. And then I got involved in a long phone call, and then I got involved in a problem. And then I had one more phone call, and then I went live. And then I had lunch somewhere in there. Yeah. So I don't have a permanent schedule right now, and until I get the internet situation figured out, everything's sort of whenever it's possible. I do plan on getting on a schedule. I'm not able to do that yet. So at this point right now, you can subscribe to the channel and be sure to turn notifications on. Now, YouTube doesn't send out email notifications anymore. What you can do, though, is if you have a smartphone, you can go to the Google Play Store or the iOS App Store and download the YouTube app. Instead of using your browser to watch YouTube on your phone or your tablet, go to the App Store and download the YouTube app. And if you haven't created a YouTube account, well, you must if you're participating in chat, you sign into your YouTube account. And then when you subscribe to a channel, there's a little bell icon, and if you click that bell icon, that turns on notifications. Now, you know how notifications pop up on your home screen or your phone? They'll be there, they'll be like, hey, you got a new email or whatever. You can turn notifications on and off for each thing. So if you've got email and it's annoying you every time you get an email, you just go to your phone settings, go to your apps, and tell it, I don't want notifications to come from this app anymore. The reason I'm mentioning this is if you download the YouTube app and you're not getting the YouTube notifications, you may have to go to your phone settings. This is true on Apple and Android. You go to your phone settings, go to your apps, go to the app called YouTube, and check the settings of that app to make sure notifications are turned on. Then anytime I go live, your phone will alert you. That's about the best I can offer you for right now. But the subscribe button is that big red button right below this video. And it kind of looks like that, and then the bell looks like that. Do it again. You click it, turn the bell on. And then as long as you have the app installed, and as long as you leave it alone, I don't think it'll turn off the notifications by default. It should just default to, but you can check it. It's super easy. You have a little gear icon on your phone. That's your settings. You hit that, you go to your app settings, it's all alphabetized, you look for the Y's, you scroll, you find the YouTube, you push it, and then in there's options for notifications on or off. That's it, you're done. That's how you solve the notification problem. Wesley says, your content is gold, and I appreciate it being able to be a part of this channel as a viewer. Thanks, Carey. Hey, well, thank you for watching. It's cool to have so many people here this late at night. I wasn't expecting this many people, but hey, there's plenty of room. Make yourself at home. You're always welcome. So what your solution to Wi-Fi problems sounds like interference or duplex related issues. Curious if a cable will help. Yeah, you and me both. I'll take some time to do that. Probably tomorrow I'll experiment. Michael Shaw joins us. Hey, Michael, good to see you. It feels like it's been a while. Something else you can do, when you subscribe to a YouTube channel and you're not getting the notifications, just go to the YouTube app, and there should be the option to look at the home page of YouTube, which is what you should default to when you go to YouTube. And then you'll be an option for trending videos. And then below that is subscriptions. So these would be all the YouTube channels you've subscribed to. Press on subscriptions or click on it on your desktop computer. And then everything that you've subscribed, every one that you've subscribed to should appear probably alphabetically with their latest content. And if there's folks you've subscribed to who aren't making content anymore, or people you're not interested in anymore, you can clean your list up by unsubscribing from those people. So the content you want to see in your subscription list is only things you want to see now. Only things. Sometimes we click on subscribe to a channel like FPS Russia, and you're like, yeah, this guy's great. And then he disappears. He goes away, never to be seen again. And there hasn't been a new video in years. Well, I don't need him in my subscription list anymore. Other times, channels change direction. They change the format. Good Mythical Morning is a great channel, and they've changed their format and their broadcast times 4 or 5 times. And it goes from being, I like it, to I don't like it, to I like it. And so the great thing about the subscription button is when you're not interested in that channel anymore, you can unsubscribe. And then if you stumble on one of their videos again at some point in the future, you're like, I haven't seen Good Mythical Morning in a while. Oh my gosh, they're back at it again. They've recovered. They're back to do it, and you can resubscribe again. That's the great thing. Or you can just keep all your subscriptions at all the time and then just look through a bigger list of stuff. But by reducing it, by unsubscribing from channels you're no longer interested in, it'll reduce the amount of clutter you have so you can get right to the good stuff that you like much, much faster. Chris Mole contributes £5 because Carey, all the best. Great to be able to catch a stream once more. Hey, Chris, thank you so much. Been a while, huh? Appreciate your contribution and your support. Rick Hubbard contributed £5. I just missed that. He says, Cat wants breakfast by all. Hey, Rick, good to see you. If you haven't yet left. And thank you for all your continued support. What is the soda place in Phoenix called? That's a good question. It's something really obvious, but if I couldn't think of the word course, you think I can remember the name of that place? Let me Google it for you. Here, let me Google that for you. Soda, drinks, Phoenix. Pop the Soda Shop. That's what it's called. Pop the Soda Shop. It used to be in Scottsdale, now it's in Phoenix. And it was in a bigger location, now it's in a little location. The selection's not as big as it used to be, but it's still stuff there you can't find anywhere else. Just a lot less of it, unfortunately. Pop the Soda Shop. I have some issues with, I'd like to do some stuff on music, but unfortunately with the copyright stuff here on YouTube, I don't want to lose my channel over it. But if you look, you should be able to see what playlists I've created, and I've got some music playlists. And one of them is music reaction videos I'd like to make with a ton, like 300-400 songs in there, of just kind of looking back. But I want to take a minute to talk about somebody I'm pretty fascinated with, so I'm told. I don't think I'm fascinated with her, but I'm very curious. And the YouTube channel is called Gen X Rewind. And Cat Sarai is the name of the host of the channel. Let's see if I can give you guys a link in the chat room. And I'm going to tell you why I am sort of infatuated. I'm puzzled. I'm curious about the person on this channel. Let me step around. Kat has a pretty small channel. She's only got 4,000 subscribers. And it's not a very old channel. I think she only started this channel, well, yeah, I take it back. She started this channel back in April of 2016. So it's been nearly 5 years. But I don't think she was making as much content until recently. And what she's doing is she's saying, hey, here's a channel for fellow Gen Xers where we can rewind back to some of this great music we had, you know, when people played instruments and not just push buttons, and when people had amazing voices and they weren't just attractive dancers on stage, but they actually were really good singers and there was no choreographed dancing. You just did whatever the hell you wanted to because you're a rock star. And for the people who appreciate that, let's look back at some of this music and the emotional response it brings. And she's kind of doing what I want to do, which is to not react to music I'm hearing for the first time. Most music I don't like the first time I hear it, with a few exceptions. Some songs I have to hear over and over, and then they start to grow on me. If I like a song right away, sometimes I burn out on that song real fast. I don't like it anymore. And then every once in a while, one hangs on. Like Dua Lipa's Levitating is one of the most addictive damn songs. I can't stop listening to it. And then Jason Derulo just released this song, something about dancing. It's really catchy. And then, you know, The Weeknd always comes out with catchy song. What was it? Save Your Tears. I can't stop listening. It's fantastic. So I imagine those songs are not going to get old. But then songs like Teeth by 10 Seconds of Summer, didn't really care for it. Now I like it. And then I think I'm going to get real sick of it here pretty soon. But anyway. So what Kat is doing is playing these songs from the 80s. And she's expressing how these songs make her feel and how she felt the first time she heard it and why. And it's a fun walk down memory lane. But here's what's interesting, or to me, you have to understand the technical complexity of what she's doing. First of all, she appears to not be a radio or television personality or in any way in the public eye, but she seems very natural and comfortable on camera. Her lighting is spot on. Her green screen chroma key effect is spot on. Her audio levels are spot on, and she's not getting taken down with copyright notifications. And yet, how did she know how to do all of this? Where did she learn to come out of the gate running? There's more about her. You can't just, look, if you don't believe me, you try it. It looks like what she's doing is very simple. But I can tell you, as a YouTube content creator, you don't just step out into the camera and have a natural discussion with the camera. Nobody, very few people, will just automatically know how to talk to a camera. I've been fighting with lighting for 10 years. In audio, I've been fighting with audio. And I won't even touch music because I don't even understand how she's getting away, along with other people doing reaction videos, how they are getting away with re-airing somebody else's content without getting YouTube shutting them down. So I want to know, who are you, where did you come from, and where did you learn how to do this? I have to know, because I've been doing this a long time and I don't know specifically the copyright issues, how she's getting around that. Now, sometimes it's obvious with other YouTube reaction videos. You can see they're playing a live version. Well, they're doing that on purpose because the other version would get them in trouble, so they play the live version. I see other people pause the video like every 30 seconds to a minute to break it up. That seems to be effective for some videos, but not other videos, which is very strange. Some videos you can't even play your own guitar and do a cover without a copyright notification, like Hotel California. Good luck. Get out your guitar, start playing Hotel California, post it on YouTube, and watch what happens. So there's got to be some research or some partnership with some media companies in order to get their consent or permission, or there's some piece of information that she has. And I want to know, what do you use for lighting? What camera are you using? Are you using a boom mic or a lapel mic, and who makes it? And how do you stand there talking to the camera so comfortably and then dancing to the music? And while she's dancing and she's looking at the video, she smiles and looks at you. And then she looks back at the video. It's a very natural behavior that is typically something that is learned over years of experience. I am not aware, I have never met anybody in my life who can just naturally do that in front of a camera, and nor would naturally understand green screen, chroma key effects, copywriting, and sound and lighting issues. Because if she's talking, you can't hear her, or vice versa, the sound is off, it's not enjoyable. She's got it perfectly mixed. How? Is she using a laptop, a MacBook? What's she got? What is she doing? Does she have a producer? Did she hire somebody to set this up for her? What is her background? Is her background, was she a producer in a production, that she's familiar with production? How does she know all this? Because if she was somebody in the public eye, then those people would follow her to her channel. This isn't adding up for me, and it really, really bothers me. I cannot believe that some enthusiast just fired up their computer one day and said, I want to make music reaction videos, and nailed the lighting, the chroma key, layering the two videos on top of each other, and then talks to the camera just like I'm talking to you. And the only reason I can do this is because I have had years of experience of making myself out to be nervous and uneasy for years before I became comfortable on live radio. And shifting from live radio to the camera is super easy, but man, live radio was nerve-wracking, absolute nerve-wracking. And when you put yourself out there on YouTube and you're going to attract, getting punched in the face because people have nothing else better to do, it can be quite discouraging to making content. And I'm just puzzled by all of this. It doesn't make any sense to me. How is she that good? That's all I want to know. How are you that good? Who did you do this? How did you learn to do it? What equipment are you using? How are you getting around copyright issues? I need to know. And John Young is saying good night. Good night, John. Is she hot? Yeah, I guess she's hot. I mean, you have to understand, I'm a computer nerd. What attracts me to people is here, okay? So I can't see her body. I can only see, from about here up. What I find attractive is her attitude. I like her comfort, I like her confidence, and she appears to be quite skilled in the technical side of things. And yet she's got just a little over 4,000 subscribers, but the quality of her videos is not on par with somebody with 4,000 subscribers. This is more on par with somebody who used to have a YouTube channel, got all this experience, and then something happened and they shut it down and they're starting again. Like, she's hitting the ground on this running, and it doesn't make any sense. This is not typical. And I guess if you're not a creator, you wouldn't think anything of it, but I'm watching this, and you can watch other YouTube content creator, reaction video content creators, and they're not this smooth and the quality's not this good. So I just want to know, I just got to know, how did she learn to do all this? Where did it come from? For all I know, she could be an engineer. I don't know what she does for a living. But at the same time, what does that got to do with the copyright rules that are always in flux and changing? And how do you work that out? Because they'll shut your whole channel down. Have I asked her? No, I have not. My concern was, I don't want to give the wrong impression. I'm not hitting on her. I'm genuinely and sincerely curious how she's that good. That's all. That's weird to me. I don't expect that from a small YouTuber. I expect a bit more, I expect it to be a lot more amateur, to be honest. This is well polished. A little too polished. Yeah, so people have opinions about it. It's not adding up. It's just not adding up. This whole thing doesn't make sense to me. Am I being fooled? Is she just an actress? I don't know. She appears very genuine to me. The YouTube channel, I'll paste it again here in the chat room. This is her YouTube channel. And I like her choice of music. So yeah, there's the YouTube channel there in the chat room. And I'm subscribed to her. And like she's got Jamiroquai, which I don't really like, so I don't care for that one. Space Age Love Song's a classic with Flock of Seagulls. Then she's back to Jamiroquai again, which again, and then she's got Delight's Groove is in the Heart. Love that song. B-52's Private Idaho. It's like okay, but B-52's had bigger hits like Love Shack and Rome and Rock Lobster. So that was a weird choice. Pet Shop Boys Opportunities, another weird choice. Great song, by the way, but a weird choice. She could have gone with so many of their other more popular hits. It's weird that she selected Opportunities, but it could be because of copyright reasons. I don't know. Then she's got Pantera. I never listened to Pantera. The Ramones, I Want to Be Sedated is the only Ramones song I've heard. She selected Never Tear Us Apart by INXS. And again, INXS has like 15 hits. That seemed like an odd one because it's slow. Then she's reacting to the Pixies. I never listened to the Pixies. Judas Priest, I never was a fan. She's reacting to Sweet Dreams by the Eurythmics, which a lot of people have done. New Year's Day, Guns N' Roses. She's got a lot of heavy metal in here, like Guns N' Roses, Pantera. So I don't like all of it. And then she's reacting to The Hue, which is great because that's a recent band out of Mongolia, which is a really cool band, and it's cool that she's reacting to that. She's got more Flock of Seagulls, Kajagoogoo, The Human League, David Bowie, The Kinks. Again, she got Peter Gabriel, In Your Eyes, which is a very slow ballad. I would prefer something more upbeat, me personally. The ballads, you're not dancing to those. They're typically quite emotional. If I was gonna react to a Foreigner song, I wouldn't play "I Want to Know What Love Is" unless you wanted to watch me cry. Like I want to play rock and roll, Jukebox Hero. I want upbeat, positivity, energy, because that's to me what the '80s really stood for. So I'm not saying I'm on board with all of it. Who would be? But it's very similar to what my idea was that instead of reacting to a video I'd never seen before, I would rather go back and play some videos that they're not really even played on the radio. Stuff like Lovin' Rockets, So Alive, Let's Go All the Way by Sly Fox. There's some great one-hit wonders that were played over and over and over on the radio and haven't been played since. And I haven't heard them in years. So imagine if I haven't heard them, kids haven't heard them. And don't even get me started on 80s freestyle like Trenier and Debbie Deb and Stacey Q and Nancy Martinez and Expose and New Shoes. These were all great, fun songs. Freestyle was the name of the band with a song called Freestyle. Freakazoid. There's some great music. And it's fun and it's upbeat. And I was watching her and I was like, okay, she's way too good. Way too good. There's a story here. There's information. Her thumbnails are great. Her titling of the videos is very interesting. And her view numbers are very low. And that's the part that has me puzzled. Because if she was somebody in the public eye, her view numbers would automatically go up, regardless if I've ever heard of her. Because she would have an audience follow her. So this isn't adding up in my head. I can't find any logic to it, and I just want to know. It's really bugging me. And then there's this other guy. I think his name is Mr. Video, and he does the funniest reaction videos. Is it Mr. Video? Oh, this guy is hilarious. Mr. Video, like, he's got a reaction video to the cult's She Sells Sanctuary. This guy is on fire. I have no idea, once again, if you stereotype people and you're like, okay, there's no way this guy understands the copyright laws and the technology required for getting good audio and good lighting to stream on YouTube. But clearly he does. He defies the stereotype. But at the same time, he also is the stereotype. He's a contradiction. He behaves in a certain way that you expect him to. If that's a fair thing to say, maybe it's not. And at the same time, he appears to be doing all of this on his own, which technologically suggests that he's a lot smarter than who he appears to be on camera. And apparently off camera, he's quite an intelligent guy. And this may be an act he's putting on, but he's very relaxed and he's very comfortable. And it's quite worrying. I've never quite seen anybody this comfortable on camera before. This guy is a little too comfortable. And I can't help but watch it because I would never be that comfortable on camera. So I watch both of these people with fascination because I'm fascinated at the technical accomplishment of what they're doing, to the point where if I wanted to do it, I couldn't even do it, right? And I've been doing this since 2008 here on YouTube, and I'm still learning. Like, I'm still figuring this out. I never claimed to be a video production expert. I'm a computer technician. All this video stuff is all very different. The computer tech stuff doesn't really help me to make videos as far as cameras, capture cards, sound leveling, lighting, capture software, capture cards, cabling, all that stuff, tripods, tripod heads, all that. It's all foreign to me, and it doesn't necessarily make sense. If you're just starting out, you think you just get your cell phone camera out and film it. You know, what's the big deal, Carey? Try it and compare what you make to what these people are doing. Try and duplicate what they're doing and then upload it and share it with me. Because I think at the very least, you're going to have your video taken down by YouTube for a copyright violation. I got to know how they're doing this. So if you type in Mr. Video Reaction in YouTube search, you'll pull up his page. This guy is hilarious. He is so funny and he's so comfortable. I am very impressed with him on so many levels. Gaming Shiny Shows Unboxing asks, does DisplayPort cable or HDMI cable version matter for frames per second during gaming? Also, does the length affect frames per second? The length of the cable shouldn't affect it, but the version of the cable might. It'll affect the ability of the amount of data that can be transferred to the monitor. So I suppose it's quite possible, but you know, for people that worry about that kind of minutia, I'm not the channel for you. I don't really like talking about how you can get 5 more frames per second. I'd rather talk about, show me how good of a gamer you are. You know, when you're in a gaming competition, you don't get to bring your own keyboard and your own mouse and your own computer. That wouldn't be fair. So just like racing, everybody's got to drive more or less the same car. So the person who wins the race is the one with the car that doesn't break down, meaning you've got better parts and a better pit crew, and the one who knows how to drive better. So a true gamer, in my opinion, is somebody who can sit down at any computer and beat you at the game. They don't need a special computer or special monitor or special keyboard. That suggests to me that they're not a very good gamer at all. So when you watch professional gamers in tournaments, they are all using the same computer. They don't get to pick it. And I got news for you. It's not that good of a computer. It's good, but it's not like at these levels that you guys are talking about. So, well, I appreciate the question. There's plenty of other tech YouTube channels. In fact, most of them that will discuss this nonsense, in my opinion, nonsense technical minutia that has nothing to do with your skill at playing a game. So I would say it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, whether or not you get more frames per second is not going to make you a better player. So I don't think it matters based on that conclusion. Selden Bell answers the question by saying, yes to both, but HDMI cables have names, not numbers. Well, they have numbers. They have like version, what are they, 1.4, 2. Right? What am I missing? Same cable rating is thicker at longer length for same bandwidth. Oh, well, okay, so that should be automatic. If you buy a long HDMI cable of a certain rating, then you'll notice when it arrives it's a thicker cable. That's not something you should have to specify. It just, for the manufacturer to create it at that length, it has to be a thicker cable because of the resistance that builds up. And the longer the cable is, the more resistance there is in the wire. It changes impedance. That's the extent of my knowledge on that. I'm not an expert on it. I have an HDMI cable here to show you as an example. This cable is a 20-foot HDMI 18 gigabit per second rated cable. And if you look at it, it's pretty thick. Now, when I ordered this cable, I wasn't looking at the thickness of the cable or the gauge of the cable. I was looking for the specification of the cable, right? Which wasn't 18.6 gigs, it was something else. It had a name, or it had a designation. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, they make all these claims on the box, and the connectors look real fancy. And I was also looking for a cable that wasn't, that could take a lot of abuse, because I have to constantly move cameras and move cables around, and I'll break the cables. Where the plug meets the wire is the Achilles heel on most cables, and I busted, like you can see this cable right here, you see how it's bent down? I've replaced that cable 3 times now. So, and for my needs, that cable thickness isn't changing anything in my YouTube stream. I don't need a thick cable for this. And this is probably a 25-foot cable. It's quite thin. So it depends what your needs are. But I'm not, questions like that, I just don't think stuff like that really matters in the real world for most of us. Rick Rubicek contributes €5. He says, keep on going, Carey. I hope you'll make an updated long haul build for 2021. Well, we'll just have to see how parts availability goes this year, because the graphics card issue is a real serious issue. Power supplies can be quite difficult to find too. I think pretty much a long haul build now would be maybe a 10700K with a, I don't know, some inexpensive socket 1200 gigabyte board that's, as close as I can get to $100. That's, not micro ATX. Pretty much everything else will be the same. That's all. Just go 10th gen on the processor, and instead of a 300 series board, go to a 400 series board. Job done. Have a nice day. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. AC's Drafting contributes $10. Thank you. I think his name is Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. Brian McKenzie said maybe Gen X Rewind had to start her channel over. I don't know. Never heard of her before. If she started over, wouldn't she get all, a certain percentage of her subscribers back? Like if this channel got shut down and I created a new one, I wouldn't get all 300,000 subscribers back, but I'm sure I'd get at least 50, 60,000 of you would find me, right? 30,000? Come on. It wouldn't be 3,000 for sure. Ghost Shadow suggests I wrap some splicing tape around the base of the cable. I make a living with revenue generated from YouTube videos. So if I have to buy another $12 cable, I'm going to spend the $12. I'm not going to kludge it up with splicing tape. I'm not, no. Again, if you're a hobbyist, you're just having fun, have fun with the tape. You start doing something for a living and the amount of money you make is dependent on it, buy the damn cable. Don't be an Uber driver driving the cheapest, most unreliable car you can find. Probably not a good way to earn money, because when the car's in the shop, you're not making any money and you're spending money on the repair. So get yourself a reliable car. It doesn't have to be an expensive high-end car, but it's got to be reliable. Brian says there is a frequency of mic hiss that tricks the YouTube copyright AI recognition that people cannot hear. First I've ever heard of that. And how long is that going to be in effect before YouTube addresses it? Does that mean all these channels will suddenly get shut down? Wah Sang says I'm looking to upgrade my GTX 1650 to increase my frames per second. Local street prices are ridiculously high on new Ampere and RDNA 2. Well, that's going to be a while. This is not, look, anybody who tells me they want to upgrade their graphics card right now must be delusional and completely unaware of their surroundings. Any discussion of even getting a graphics card, let alone upgrading one, is delusional, unless you're willing to spend a few $100s over the manufacturer's suggested retail price to a scalper. Because that's about the only way you're going to get one right now, unless you want to just, keep hitting refresh at bestbuy.com or some other retail site until you can, manically acquire one if you have that kind of time on your hands. For the rest of us, that when you want to just go to Amazon and search for graphics cards and take your pick of numerous ones in stock at suggested retail prices or below, put that off for about a year. 2021 is not the year for you to do that. And all you're going to do is be disappointed. You're wanting something you can't have. And the more you can't have it, it's like the more people want it. People didn't want graphics cards, in my opinion, as badly as they want them. Now they can't have them. Now that they can't have them, it's like all of a sudden everybody wants one. When they were widely available, all they did is complain. Oh, they're too much money. That 20 series is overpriced. Now what would you give to get one of those? You can't even get that. So sort of washing my hands of this because it's just stupid. It's a weird psychology that when you're told you can't have something, now you want it worse. And when it was available and you could buy it, there was some other complaint you had on why you didn't buy it. So look, we're in a pandemic and people are dying. There's bigger problems than getting a graphics card so you can game. I don't have a lot of sympathy for this. We have bigger issues to deal with. Right now, if you want a game with a better graphics card, get yourself a PlayStation 5 or the latest Xbox. That's my advice. Or, if you're that desperate, buy a pre-built gaming rig that already has a 30 series graphics card in it, and it's the whole computer with the graphics card in it. If you're that desperate and you've got that kind of money, Any discussion about it is pointless because it won't make graphics cards suddenly appear, and it ain't going to happen anytime soon. We will likely go through the entirety of this year. I want you to settle in. Be prepared. We're going to go through, I am predicting, the entirety of this year with very limited access to graphics cards. I'm not saying it's going to be impossible to get one, but it's going to be difficult. Use what you have. Appreciate what you have. If you weren't appreciating it before, I know there are people that would love to have your 1650. What you are dismissing as not good enough for you, I know a lot of people who would love to get their hands on it. They're desperate. So enjoy what you have. Just take a minute, slow your life down a little bit, and relax. This will all go away and be behind us. And then you'll tell me why you're not going to buy a graphics card because too much money, or there's a new model coming out in 6 months, so this isn't a good time to buy. Whatever it is, I'm just rolling my eyes at it because I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. And Ben mentions even the consoles are hard to get right now, but the consoles are easier to get than a graphics card. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, your odds of getting a console are way better. Zdravko says in Croatia, the only problem is money. Well, Zdravko, I mean, the same is true here. If you want to spend $2,200 for a $1,700 graphics card, you can get one. No problem. They're available with a $500 markup. If you want to spend $500 above and beyond what the card should sell for, you can buy one. Absolutely, that's true. That's true here. Who would do that? Would you sell me $100 for $50? If I give you $50, will you give me $100 back? That doesn't seem like a winning business model. And if somebody does have a graphics card, let's say, for example, this card right here, GeForce RTX 3080. Why would I sell that for its retail price? Why would I? When I know there are people that will pay $300 above what I paid for that, why would I take anything less than that? I mean, I'd have to be stupid. So for me, I'm not hoarding cards to gouge people. I didn't buy this for myself. This isn't mine. This goes to the person that's going to own this computer. It's going to go to that person. I don't want it. I don't even want a 3080. It's pointless to me. And then to have one, people are like, oh, you're so lucky. Yeah, I'm $800 lucky, I guess. $800, which actually is pretty good because my 2080 Ti blower that's been sitting in a brand new in a box for Xenos is $1,200, and it's not as good. It's not as fast. I haven't even taken it out of the box yet. It's already lost value. But even that I could sell right now, probably get more than I paid for it. I'm not comfortable with that. I'd rather just hold on to it, use it for its intended purpose, and I don't want to get involved in the scalping at all. I don't want to do that to people. And I also don't have enough of them that I can sell them at my cost. There's a limited supply that I can get, and once, you know, they're very limited, and I don't want people to think, oh, I can just get as many as I want anytime I want. I can't. I absolutely cannot. And the very fact I got the ones that I got doesn't guarantee I can get any more. I'm assuming if I'm patient enough, I can get some more if I really wanted them. But I really don't want to play the game. I really don't want to go through all that effort. It's not worth it. It's not why I became a computer tech, so I can, you know, buy and sell parts like an auction house. I really have a problem with it. I really do. I got a 1080 graphics card in the streamer back at the other house, and I have a Vega 64 in the Threadripper back at the other house. These are not cutting edge cards. They're not that good. But I don't need anything more than that. And I can tell you that if you adjust your expectations, like if you compare the 1080 or that Vega 64 to onboard graphics, you'll be very happy with it. But if you want to make it a comparison to something you can't acquire, you're just making yourself miserable for no reason with no positive outcome as a result. There's no benefit to you. There's no payoff at that. The payoff is in appreciating what you have, not being miserable over what you don't have. And that's a little advice from your Uncle Carey right there. I'm telling you. You have no idea how lucky you are. You really don't know. The very fact that you exist on this planet, the odds of you even existing are so against you. And yet here you are, finding something to complain about. This isn't good enough. And hey, you leave that to me. I'm the king of the complainers. That's my job. I don't need any competition around here. How much does RAM speed matter in a 10th gen CPU? Doesn't really matter. It sort of depends on how you use the computer, but if you're somebody who uses the computer that way, you don't ask that question because you already know the answer. So the fact that you're asking implies to me that that has no effect on you at all. The RAM speed overall, in general, only applies to people who use it. It's like saying there's a Dodge Challenger and a Dodge Hellcat. And this one will do 150 miles an hour, and this one will do 220 miles an hour. I don't know, whatever, okay? This one is faster. Okay, well, do you drive that fast? Probably not. You may not even be capable of driving that fast. You know, my joke is you're going to hit 160 miles an hour and crap your pants. That's it. You're going to be like, check please, I'm out. That's scary. Well, you can pretty much do that in the cheaper version of the car. So when you get faster RAM, it's like buying a faster car. If you don't drive it that fast, if you're still driving at the same speed, then you just wasted your money on faster RAM. It doesn't just make everything faster. Buying a faster car doesn't get you to where you're going any quicker if you don't drive it faster. And if you don't have the skill and the talent and the tools to be able to safely move that vehicle at those speeds legally, you've just wasted your money. Or am I missing something? So, you know, look, it's a fair question, but this is the technical minutia you're going to hear me complain and complain and complain about. This fascination with temperatures, with frames per second, with RAM speed, it's all nonsense that doesn't matter to ordinary people. Normal, ordinary computer owners couldn't give a rat's behind about any of this. And if you took probably your parents and you put the fastest RAM in their computer with the fastest processor as some magical gift to them, and you said, hey mom, hey dad, what do you think of that? Huh? It's pretty impressive. They'll be like, yeah, it's great. You're like, well, no, isn't that like super fast? They'll be like, I don't know, is it? I just open my email and browse the web, and I mean, it's pretty fast, but it's not a lot faster than my other one. But I appreciate it. Thank you. It's very kind. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what you think is a big deal is a niche of computer people who continue to exercise this false sense of importance over negligible technical minutia that plays a very tiny little role of improvement in performance, specifically in benchmarking software overall for most users. And then of those users, there's a smaller fraction who actually have a benefit from it. It would be like me telling you you should buy these snowshoes for the for scaling Mount Everest, and that you should use them in Ohio. You don't need that kind of equipment. It's ridiculous, overkill nonsense. But it's your money, and if you want to care about stuff like that, don't let me stop you. But I don't want to promote or condone that here on this channel. I want to keep us practical and in reality. Please, let's talk about stuff that actually can make a difference in the reliability of the computer. Because if your computer is not reliable, then what good is how fast it is if it keeps crashing? You want your computer to crash faster? There's an old tale of the tortoise and the hare. Read up on it. There's also an old tale about Chicken Little. You might want to read up on that the next time you think there's some big crisis happening because an acorn fell on your head. These are the same old stories that humanity has carried forward in parables and storytelling for years and years and years and years and years. And no matter how advanced we seem to get in society, we keep going back to the same old things over and over and over. Tell us how you really feel. I guarantee a slow, reliable computer is faster than a fast, unreliable computer. Sometimes slower is faster. Are we going after benchmarks? Is that what you bought your computer for? Why don't you use it? Tell me what benefit you're going to get out of that. That's what I want to know. Explain to me what you think is going to happen if you overclock your processor or put faster RAM in. What do you think is going to happen? Are you going to get better at a game? Are you going to suddenly know how to type better? No. And buying a nicer car that's faster isn't going to make you a better driver. I am not going to condone that line of thinking. It's illogical. Does not compute. Joe says the big deal is the CPU and the graphics card if you're a gamer. Well, again, not true. That's not true at all. If you're a gamer, you should be able to game well on any piece of hardware put in front of you. If you say, look, I'm a really fast runner, but only if I wear these brand of shoes, then you're not a fast runner. Not true. That is a weird way to look at the world. If you are in a competition in a professional gaming tournament, I will say it again, you're going to use the same hardware decided by the tournament, the people running the tournament. You don't get to pick it. And you and every other person in that tournament will be using the same keyboard, the same mouse, and the same computer with the same graphics card, and you don't get to pick what it is. Do you understand? If you're the best gamer, truly, that won't matter to you. This idea that you're going to be a better gamer because you have a faster CPU or GPU doesn't make you a better gamer. It makes you a richer gamer who's got more money than everybody else. So you want to subscribe to that process that if you're rich, you can get away with things, you can succeed without any talent or skill because you can buy your success? I'm not subscribing to that, and I won't condone that. No way, no way. Nope. I've lived around that my whole life, and it makes me sick. Ray wants to know if I could run a cable to the router instead of being on Wi-Fi. I don't want to be on Wi-Fi for my live stream. If I could run a cable to it, I would. But I can't. So this is what I have to do. Yeah. It's not what I want to do. It's what I have to do. Why can I not plug it into the router? Is it over 100 meters away? Yes, it is. Rick Rubinset has contributed €2. He says, thanks, Carey, for your advice and insights. Avery Ramstorff contributes $3.41 and then $2.59. I guess that's a $6 total. Hey, thank you so much, Avery. Thank you, Rick. One of my favorite games to play is a game called Galaga. And when you look at the classic arcade games like Pac-Man, Galaga, Pole Position, at no point did we, as a society, say, if these graphics could be a little better, this would improve my gameplay. Never, ever once was that a discussion my friends or I ever shared under any circumstance. It was about when you walked in to play an arcade game, you played with the same controller, you played with the same graphics and frames per second as everybody else did. It was fair and it was equal, and the better player won. The idea that you're confusing gameplay with artwork is puzzling to me. This idea that you want to have a movie-esque virtual cinematic experience is the opposite of gameplay from the world I grew up in. Gameplay in my world was, started out with games like Candyland, and then, you got older, you could do Monopoly, you'd learn about chess, Chinese checkers, and then you could move into crossword puzzles, word searches, other thinking games with a pen and paper where everybody is equal. You didn't fill out a crossword with a more expensive pen. Hey, you working on that New York Times crossword puzzle? Got my Mont Blanc. I'm ready to go. Well, I got my cross pen. I'm ready. We'll see which one of us fills in the little squares faster. I got the gel ink rollerball. And then you say, well, isn't that really stupid and ridiculous? Is it just me, or is that one of the funniest things you've ever heard? But that's what you guys are doing. Well, if I had this GPU and I go, no. It's the same as far as I am concerned. You are completely missing what I'm saying. This debate is silly. It's so preposterous. Let me get a $1,200 fountain pen so I can do the crossword puzzle better. Great idea. I need one too. It's just silly. It's just too much money. I don't know. The idea of dropping $1,200 on a graphics card is just preposterous. Do you know, in my first computer job, professional computer tech job, I made $1,200 a month. That was my actual salary. 1991, I made $1,200. That was probably 1992 because it was a promotion. I didn't start out at $1,200. I worked up to $1,200 a month. And then the government took taxes out of that. About 30% of that went to the government. Can you imagine an entire month's salary for one computer part? I can't. I wasn't raised like that. I wasn't raised in money. That's preposterous. To do what? To game? What a world we live in, huh? I was given a gift. I was given a gift, and I don't know what to do with it. Apparently, somebody thought this would be a great gift for me. Do you have any idea what a waste of money this is? I would never own one of these in my life. Never. And somebody said, I know the perfect gift to get you. And I was like, is this a joke? And they're like, you're hurting my feelings. I'm like, huh? Seriously, have you not heard me talk? Do you know anything about me? Is this a joke? Is this for real? This was when you thought, I'm going to buy Carey something. This is what you thought to get me? I don't know what to do with this. I didn't want to hurt somebody's feelings, but first of all, look at the instruction book that it comes with. Let me just get that out of the way. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody want to Google the price on this? There's no way I am ever going to put ink in a fountain pen. Last time I did that, we had to replace the couch. It's a beautiful pen. And I'm going to guess it's around $500 or $600. And I just think, do you know how much $500 or $600 is? Or is it just me? Even the President of the United States does not use a Mont Blanc pen. And I don't want to seem ungrateful, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I guess I'm going to just put this in a drawer as a keepsake, as a token. And I will not be using it as a pen. It's way too expensive for me to ever use it. I will never enjoy using this. I will enjoy it as a souvenir. I will enjoy it as a memory, as something that, you know, reminds me of the person who gave it to me. But I'd be happy, you know, with a Uniball, Pilot, Pentel, Sharpie, Bic. I mean, there's a lot to choose from. And my handwriting isn't going to look any better. Put it up on the wall. It's kind of vulgar to me. To have the kind of money where you can spend that on a pen, it's sort of like gluttony. I don't know, it bothers me. It's like flaunting, flexing. I don't like it. Dave Linovitz, you see, this is what I'm talking about. It says a 10-pack of the Bic pens for $1 works for me. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It was a very awkward position for somebody to give me a very expensive gift and for me to be like, I don't want it. That does not go over well. I don't recommend ever telling somebody who buys you something to tell them to please return it. Gifts come with obligations. You're supposed to say thank you. But, you know, I don't want them to buy me another one like, oh, you liked it, I'll start a collection for you. Now I want to have a collection of pens I don't want. No, that's my concern. Well, since you like the other one I gave you last year, I thought I'd give you another one this year. So if you don't say anything, you might get more of them. And if you do say anything, you could upset the person and then offend them. Can I get the gift receipt? Is that? But I don't think there was a gift receipt. Vulgar pens should be banned or at least timed out. Yes, yes, they should. How many lines can it write per second? Daryl May wants to know. Exactly. Thank you. Sell it on eBay. That would be rude. I couldn't do that. I used to live on $1 a day. That's all I had. That was it. So having something that's such an excess is really vulgar to me. It's like, Sarub Pradam in the chat room says it's like a $835 pen. I don't know what it cost. I really don't know, but it's several $100s. I know that much. So what's funny is I had just bought some pens. Just coincidentally, I happened to buy some pens because in this house there were no pens. So I picked up. Where are they? I don't remember to keep index cards in a Ziploc bag. I didn't want them to scatter. Carey's pen reviews. Here's a Pentel Energel. Fantastic pen. Beautiful. Writes nice and smooth. Doesn't smear. Love it. Sharpie has a new line of proper pens now. The S-Gel pens. And these are quite nice. You know, they're not the felt tip Sharpie markers that we all know. This is one of my favorite classics. Just the Energel pen from Pentel. And then there's a, where is it? That one's a duplicate. There's one missing. I think I got it over here. This one's good because it's got a carbon fiber look to it. And that is also, I think it's a Pentel. It's like writing with a medium point stick of butter. It's smooth. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Fountain pens, on the other hand, ink goes everywhere. Have you ever written with a fountain pen? Like when you write with a pen, you sort of do this, right? It's all in the wrist. It's not how you use a fountain pen. When you use a fountain pen, you have to hold it with the nib. There's got to be the nib faces a certain direction. It's got an up and a down. And if you don't get it right, it just scrapes across the paper. And so because you can't rotate the pen, you move your arm. So if you want to write with a fountain pen, you have to move your arm and keep your wrist straight. I don't write like that. I don't have the patience. I don't have time. Everything I write looks like a doctor's prescription. But it's a gift, so say thank you. I could have bought a graphics card with that kind of money. That would be obsolete in 6 months. It's a Pentium. That's good, Scott. Well done. Gold star. Fly Guy 23 says a Pilot Precise V5 RT is my favorite pen. And I think that, generally speaking, the President of the United States signs bills into law traditionally using Cross pens, which I think are American. TA Cross, I believe, is the name of the company. And there's a pen they make specifically for the president. And if you ever watch the president sign bills into laws, and this is a tradition started quite a long time ago, I don't know. Generally, there's a big row of these pens, and these are not $1,000 pens. These are like $100 pens. So they're expensive, but they're not like over the top like a Mont Blanc. And then the president will like maybe sign their first name with a pen and then grab another pen and sign the last name. So there's two pens that bring that document into law. And then those pens are handed out as souvenirs to the lawmakers who created these bills, because it's quite an achievement to get a bill passed into law. And so if you just sign with one pen and you give that pen as a souvenir, you only have one pen, right? So if you sign your first name with one pen and your last name with another, you just doubled the benefactors who would receive those souvenirs for the laws that they help bring. It could be a lobbyist, for all we know. But if you watch that in an American president signing, Donald Trump would use a Sharpie, which was very unusual, but obviously it's the president's preference of whatever pen they want to use. And I remember Obama used those 10-cent Bic pens on a particular signing, and I can't remember what the significance of why he did that was, but I was very impressed. Come to find out, the president's signature is just as valid using a 10-cent crystal Bic ballpoint pen as a TA Cross $100 pen, or a Sharpie for that matter. But that's a real thing that's been going on for decades. I can't remember which president started it. I'm sure I could Google it. But the president thought, well, because of you, we now have this new bill. Congratulations, you can have the pen. And when the president signs a bill into law, he generally signs numerous ones at the same. It's a whole ceremony of. It's not just one bill. It'll be a stack of bills, and there'll be like this thing on his desk. It's just a row of pens. He just grabs one, signs it, gives it out. Grabs another one, signs it, gives it out. And he will go through that entire, it's like hold 16 pens in this thing. It's a pretty interesting tradition. Kevin Burgess says when he retired from the Department of Treasury, they gave him a pair of Cross pens. Nice. Yeah, it's a the Cross pens at least have a providence of meaning in the United States. Obama would sign a bill one letter at a time and then hand out the pens. Well, absolutely. If a number of people involved in that bill is a significant number of people, and you want to, what do you choose one person out of a group who gets the pen? That's not cool. So if he can, it's a little ridiculous and a little too ceremonial, but to then sign, each letter is a little over the top. But I can understand that's a pretty courteous thing to do for those individuals receiving the pens. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if the president signs with one pen or a dozen pens. The bill goes into law once it's signed. So the only question is, how can you benefit the people? How can you reward them with a souvenir of their accomplishment? If there's more than two people, let's say, how is it fair to choose who's going to get the pens? Keyword for eBay is presidential pens. How would you verify the authenticity that it was a true presidential pen? I know Cross makes those pens. You can't buy them for the president, but I don't know what discerning marks those pens have or how easy they might be to to just create it as a knockoff. Sort of like I get a pretty nice Molex watch in Mexico for a fraction of the price of a Rolex. And it'd be hard pressed to tell them apart, unless you really know what you're looking at. Does it feel like the discussion of pens is a level of minutia where you go, who cares? Just sign, just pick up a pen and write with it. Who cares? Because that analogy pairs perfectly with the whole thing about faster RAM making a difference. There are pen enthusiasts who really care about all the details, and they collect them. Somebody may have a collection of Mont Blancs and will tell you about how rare and special this Mont Blanc pen is, and you'll look at it and go, it's a pen, dude. And you won't see the value in it. And then if you ask about the practicality of a pen of that value, what are you getting in return for your investment, right? Are you able to write clearer? Can people read your writing now? Did your handwriting get better? Can you write faster? I don't understand. Where's the value here? Where is this practical? And I think anybody who's sane will freely admit it is not practical. I just have a lot of money and I want to have things nobody else has. And I think it's sad that we have not evolved into a culture where we want to help people who have less than us, but we continue to want to have more than everybody else. And I think it sucks. I really think it sucks. So many people are struggling, and especially now during this pandemic, that to talk of things like luxury graphics cards, while people are being kicked out of their place to live with nowhere to go, feels wrong to me. It really does. And so it bothers me, like in my heart, it's like, this is what we're going to talk about? Aren't there more important things that we can occupy our mind with rather than this gotta have more than the next guy? And then to work the justification machine to somehow think it's okay because I prefer higher settings. Well, I prefer a 16,000 square foot house. It ain't getting me one. The dude abides says, everyone has an opinion. I'm turning you blue, man. That's a blue comment right there. In opinion. See what he did? I love it. I love it. Hey, come on now. I'm supposed to be the funny one here. iBinary says most people seem to be out for themselves, but the more things they get doesn't necessarily make them happy. That's an old adage. And you fill up a hole with crap, you still have a hole. Did not sound right. Wow. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. That explains, I've gone way longer than I anticipated going. Yeah. Wow. Did I just... Oh, man. Wow. Vegas ATC says Lyndon B. Johnson used over 75 pens to sign the Civil Rights Act in 1964. That's a very important document in the history of the United States. And it seems like 75 pens is about right. Dave says, I'm waiting for the Wi-Fi repair part of the show. Longest tease ever. So the Wi-Fi repair, I discussed that way in the beginning, Dave. I don't think you were here yet. I talked about the diagnostic procedure and the first places you should look and start with any Wi-Fi diagnostic issues. And then we ran into a Wi-Fi problem while I was talking about it and said, see, there we go. And then I'm stalling because I'm trying to keep the connection on a live stream to see if it's going to act up on me. I'm pointing at it. That's my Wi-Fi adapter. To see if it'll happen again. I'm trying to fix an intermittent problem, and I'm demonstrating how I do it. So you just have to keep using it and wait for the problem to happen again, and over time I'll hopefully find a pattern to it. But it's only happened the one time so far in nearly 4 hours. It shouldn't be happening at all. So not good for me. It's certainly not going to create an easy repair job for me. Like this is, you've witnessed it, you've seen it happen. I haven't touched anything, nothing's changed. It was perfect, then it went bad, and it's been perfect ever since. I didn't do anything. So this is going to be a fun one, but I will eventually figure it out. Fly Guy wants to know if this video will be available later. It will be unlisted, and it will remain unlisted because these videos, they're intended for subscribers only. And so the only way you would know this video was around is if you got the notification or you happened to catch it while it was live. And so this makes you special. I don't want to make the video public for everybody because it's gone off the rails at some points and it's not my best work. It's really intended for me to try the Wi-Fi out. And what I will probably do is the actual Wi-Fi diagnostic procedure I can edit out and post as its own video. So my intent also with yesterday's video is the same, to remain unlisted. And there's 4 or 5 videos inside of that video that need to be cut out, titled and thumbnailed, and say, you know, here's this topic. Most people aren't going to sit through 4 hours of video for the 15 minutes they were interested in. So on those 15 minutes where I was on point, I will cut those out and post them individually. This is where the magic happens. I'm just kind of winging it. And if there's something useful, I'll edit it out and post it. Otherwise, we're just hanging out. If you enjoy hanging out with me, let's hang out again. Let's not try and replay the hangout over and over again. You don't really get to do that in real life. Hey, that was a good dinner yesterday. Hit rewind so we can eat it again. You know what I mean? Like, it was a good meal. Let's move on. So as long as you have the link to the video, you can play it back. So you can copy and paste the link right now. I think that'll work. I think. Chris Mole says you will be able to find the video in your history list and your notifications list. There you go. Perfect. Darren Gilholm with a £1 contribution. Hey, Darren, thank you. The Dude Abides says, I really like this format. It's great fun. It is my intent to emulate. We're just hanging out together, like in real life. Like Dave Linovitz knows me in real life. This should be exactly like hanging out with me in real life, except you don't get to talk. Well, actually, that is exactly like hanging out with me in real life. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to put on a show. When you go out with your friends, do you put on a show for them? I don't. Unless they pay me $20. That's a joke. Dave a little bit said something, but I was talking on top of him. I don't know what it was. Jack Keaton says, in this format, you are very personable and fun to interact with. Yeah, unless you want to contradict me and correct me, and then in which case, that's not cool. You're not going to make a lot of friends in real life if that's how you treat other people. So I think that if people are going to behave in a way they would in person, we're going to get along just fine for the most part. When I meet people in real life, it's pretty rare for people in real life to just bluntly contradict me and then challenge me. That's very unusual. Somebody may offer up an opinion. And sometimes maybe the way ideas are expressed in chat aren't the same way they would express them in person. It might look like somebody's shouting when they really wouldn't be shouting, or it might look like somebody's being blunt when in fact that wasn't their intent. And so it can relate to some miscommunication or miscomprehension of what the message was. But a lot of times that's how fights start in real life too, right? Somebody misunderstands or miscomprehends what was intended, and then suddenly these people don't like each other. But I do hope that, my intent here isn't to make enemies. And my intent here isn't to, be an authoritative, do as I say. I just want to share my experiences with people, and they can accept them or not. I'm not looking for approval. I'm not looking for judgment. I'm just looking for kindness and support. I'm not looking for you to agree. You just be kind, right? And so all of you are all very kind, and that's why we're all here. And when somebody comes into the chat in a selfish or in their own bubble, and they don't want to include us in their bubble, they get kicked out pretty quick when they're being rude or looking for attention. We put an end to that real quick. And so because there's so many people on the internet, it doesn't matter to me if we kick out 1,000 people. It doesn't matter, because there's still 7.5 billion more. They're not, like, the channel was here before they showed up and was doing just fine. We don't need those people. I'm not going to boost my subscriber numbers to tolerate jerks because it, boosts the popularity of my channel. I'm not interested in that. I want a genuine community here of like-minded individuals who are kind and supportive. And I hope that it will extend out, if it doesn't already, and I'm assuming it does, in your real life and how you treat people in your real life. Whether it's family or friends, children, whatever. Just take a step back for a minute and just show some courtesy. The world is too short on. Everybody's impatient. Everybody's selfish. Just get on the freeway. Get in your car and get on the roadway and experience it all day long. And it'd be nice to come to a place where you're not being attacked and you don't have to be defensive, and you can sort of let your guard down, relax a little bit, and know that everybody around you is not out to get you, that this is a safe place. And it's weird to find that on the internet. Let's face it, this is like a diamond in a dumpster fire, this place. The internet is like the dumpster fire, and then somewhere in there's this diamond. And you find them every once in a while, and that's what this community is to me. The internet's the big dumpster fire in general, but this community is that diamond in that dumpster. I really intended that as a compliment, but now that I'm hearing it, it sounded like an insult. But no, seriously, there's so much bad, just trash and abuse on the internet. To find something sincere and genuine seems, it's like finding a diamond. So I highly value this community. All right, well, thanks you guys so much for hanging out. There's Mats Olav. Hey, Mats Olav, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you, my friend. It is 2:30 in the morning here. I like to be in bed by 3, So I think I'll wrap it up. And we'll try again as soon as I can to keep testing this internet connection and try and figure out what the heck is going on. Crystal Robinson, hey, thank you. You stayed up late. Appreciate you hanging out with us. All my friends in blue and all the new people I've made blue. And I'm going to do something I don't normally do. Sometimes somebody that I don't recognize comes in and starts challenging me. And I'm just thinking, well, who are you? And why would you challenge me? And most of the time they get offended and they leave, but sometimes they have more character than that, and they stay and they continue to be who they are. And perhaps there could be a language barrier, there could be a cultural barrier or some misunderstanding. And I experienced that a little bit tonight with a person in the chat room named Joe Harney, who kind of came in my opinion, a little bit like, it's just didn't introduce himself, didn't really justify why why it's okay to come in as an invited guest and contradict me and challenge me. But what I respect is Joe has been also just talking with you guys and everything, and he seems like a pretty cool guy. So we're allowed to disagree. That's fine. There's no problem with that. I don't have a problem with somebody not agreeing with me. I have a problem with people challenging me. So with that said, I appreciate that I didn't see him challenge anybody else, just me. And I think I have misjudged Joe. So I'm going to turn Joe blue, and I hope I'm not going to regret it. But I think Joe's a good guy, and I think we started off on a wrong foot. I don't recall ever seeing Joe before. I don't know if you've been here before, Joe. And I hope you'll come back. And I hope you might consider, when you're offering me a correction, or I would appreciate if you make your opinion known, but don't disguise it as a fact. Like, I have no problem with opinions. Clearly, I have plenty of my own. But I won't tell you that my opinions are facts, that this is absolutely certain for everybody all the time. And I think, thinking about what you wrote, I think that it was that I have misinterpreted your intent. And I tend to be a little bit quick triggered on that because of the history on YouTube of people coming in to just what I would call psychological warfare. They come in and they just kind of poke at me to get a reaction. Poke, 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 poke. So I get a little sensitive about it, and perhaps a little quick on the trigger when I sense it. And it's part of the effects of what jerks have done on the internet that has resulted in my response. So I'm going to take a step back from that. I want to apologize to you that perhaps I could also have taken a minute to ask you to clarify what you said rather than jumping on, making this assumption about you. But the fact that I've seen your interaction with others, and I've seen the way you talk to people, you've been very respectful and you've been very kind, and I completely miscomprehended clearly what your message was earlier. But I feel like you're not. If I'm wrong, I want to be corrected. And I don't feel like I was wrong. I feel like you're looking at something differently than I'm looking at it. And it's sort of like saying the glass is half full or the glass is half empty. And someone comes along and says, well, the glass is too big. Like, it's a completely different perspective, but it's not a typical thing people say. There might be a few people in society that'll say the glass is too big, but overall, it's either going to be half full or half empty. And I tend to lean my channel towards my experience with customers and the way customers think. And there is this disease of misinformation on the internet, where there's an importance, like an urgency over things that aren't truly urgent, in my opinion. The urgency of overclocking or the urgency of faster RAM and these misconceptions. And I'm trying to fight that. I'm trying to make people aware, because I don't think they are aware, that these are not necessarily things that customers that I have had have ever shown any concern over. I've been in the business for 30 years, and I've never once, ever had a customer ask me about frames per second or about faster RAM. And when I have put faster RAM in customers, I have clients that I maintain, and I have experimented with them, and I put faster RAM in their computers. And then I waited to see if I hear anything from them. It's in an office. So I'll wait and see. I maintain their computers. They don't know what I do. They just rely on me to make sure their computers are updated, virus-free, and reliable. And when enough time goes by, I go, hey, how's that computer running? Do you notice it's any faster? It isn't something I do often, but the one that happened most recently, this is how the conversation went. And the customer says, was it supposed to be? I said, I don't want you to tell me what you think I want to hear. I just want to know personally, does your computer seem to be running faster, slower, the same? And she says, well, if I'm honest, I feel like it's a little slower. And I laughed. I said, well, it's definitely not slower, but I asked, so that's interesting. And it confirms my suspicion that most of these things are psychological. That in real world practicality, they really have zero effect for most people. And this channel is for most people. Unfortunately, in my opinion, most of the tech channels on YouTube are for enthusiast, elitist, what I call snobs, who care about nonsense minutia that ordinary people, honestly, could care less about and won't give a thought to. But if they start to show an interest in it, and they're being taught that this is important, then they think it's important. And so when they come here and they start asking me these questions, I want to correct them. This is not important. It absolutely is not important. As a person who's been in this field for 30 years, dealing with end users for 30 years in both corporate and residential environments, this has never, ever been an issue. It has never once been a trouble ticket opened for faster RAM or a solution that required faster RAM. It's never solved any problem that I've ever been paid to solve. And so I want to make a YouTube channel for everybody, not for the elitist snobs. And so it feels like the elitist snobs are trying to take over my channel and manipulate it to be like all the others. And I take a great offense to that. And that's why I say I think I misjudged you, because I felt like what you were doing was trying to convert back to what everybody else, well, not everybody else, but the vast majority of tech channels, they focus on this technical minutia that ordinary people has no effect on them. And to educate ordinary people on this technical minutia is, in my opinion, a complete mistake. And it makes those people victims because they're being taught that this is important, that this makes a real world difference. And for most people, it will not. It absolutely will not. And for the people who argue that it will, those people already know. They don't need to come here and listen to me. This is not, my channel is not for those people. Pretty much every YouTube channel on tech is for those people. I want to see a YouTube tech channel that's just for regular folks, just regular folks. So we don't have to dive into this rabbit hole of, I'm going to keep saying it, technical minutia that has negligible, if any, return on investment for regular, ordinary computer owners. And for those technical elitist snobs, they have plenty of YouTube channels to choose from. If you want to know which computer case runs 3 degrees Celsius hotter, I don't know a single person in my life who cares. I don't know a single person in my life where that makes any real world difference to the operation of their computer. Never once in my life have I encountered a situation where 3 degrees Celsius made a difference. Ever. Like if you're running that bleeding edge and that hot of a computer, you're on a level of a very small percentage of people. And to make a YouTube channel to the world to talk about, I don't know, liquid nitrogen cooling, to me is irresponsible without some disclaimer to let people know that the information here is very specific to a small percentage of people that this would apply to. And if you're just curious about it as entertainment, that's fine, but don't walk away from this, please, thinking you now need liquid nitrogen. And this is what's happening. Like, people are being completely misled by these highly technical YouTube channels and putting an importance on things. And they're reaching out to me and they're asking me these questions like, should I be having this overclock thing? And then it leads to some of the most bizarre conversations. Like, people will say, well, what's the point of getting a K CPU? If you're not going to overclock it, you must be an idiot. And I'm kind of standing there dumbfounded. Like, do you think a K CPU is only good for overclockers? Do you understand that a K CPU is 10% faster? So if speed is important to you, wouldn't you want the faster one? And what if that K CPU was on sale and it was only $5 more than the non-K CPU? Wouldn't you spend the $5? You'll spend $200 on a cooling solution to overclock and risk the performance and reliability of your computer. Because obviously if it's not reliable, the performance goes down the tubes, right? But you won't spend an extra $5 to get a CPU that's 10% faster out of the box. So therefore, if you buy a K CPU and you're not overclocking it, you wasted your money. This is the miseducation that's happening right now, and it's frustrating to me. So I'm doing my best to dispel the conclusions that ordinary folks are coming to, because many YouTube content creators at that level are not bringing it down to the basics. There's no disclaimer, there's no preface. It's just, boom, let's get into it over stuff that only the elitist, hobbyist snobs care about. No corporation in America wants liquid cooling, RGB lighting, and case windows. Never seen it. I've never been to a massive American corporation with a bunch of workstations that are overclocked, liquid cooled, and have RGB. So there's a difference between when you have accountability and responsibility and you're doing something as a professional versus when you're playing around as a hobbyist. And when those lines blur and people are no longer able to differentiate the difference, I'm here to make sure that line is drawn clear. And that when you're watching the content, that you understand what you're watching. Go watch those other channels, enjoy them, they're excellent, they do great work. But understand, a lot of what they're doing will never apply in any practicality for most viewers. That's all. That's all I'm trying to do. It creates this form of like, I'm better than you attitude. And if you can't tell, you know, I'm really against it. I think we should all be treated equally until you give me a reason to treat you less than that. You know, everybody gets the benefit of the doubt. And this idea that people with money can automatically be idolized because they can afford stuff the rest of us can't, that they're suddenly going to be playing games better than the rest of us. Oh, man. If there's one thing I could change about the world, it would be the power that comes with wealth. I would just like to see equality. That's all. And I wish all that money did for people is give them more. All right? I have a loaf of bread, you have 10 loaves of bread. Good for you, right? That's what I wish money did. But unfortunately, money creates power. And the more money you have, the more power you have, and the more you can control and manipulate. And I've seen it so much in my lifetime, it bothers me to my very core. I used to work for a guy, I've never met anybody that had anything nice to say about him. Never. Not a single person have I met likes this person. And they won't say anything bad about him because if they do, they'll lose the amount of money they make from him. So you tolerate him in order to earn money. And that just sucks. It sucks. And he's oblivious to it. Either he's oblivious or he doesn't care. Because he's got money and he's making the rules. If you don't like it, he'll find somebody else who he's going to tell you to do something and you're going to do it. And if you're not going to do it, he's going to find somebody else who will do it. So you want to get paid? Do it. You don't want to get paid? Take a walk. I'll find somebody else. And it's that abuse that comes with wealth that I totally against. Everybody should be treated with dignity and equality until they have given you a reason. That's all I'm trying to say. So, all right. Maybe if I was rich, I'd feel differently. Maybe I'd be like, hey, what are all these regular poor people doing around me? Get them away. It's ruining my view of the city, looking at all these poor people. Clear this path so I can get a picture next to this church. Move all the riffraff out of the way. It's really offensive. I can't do that. I can't say, here, clear this riffraff so I can cross the street. I can't do that. And if you can do it, I should be able to do it. We should all be equal. So if I can't do it, you shouldn't be able to do it. You know, if I have to follow rules, you should have to follow the same rules as me. I didn't realize you get to make the rules because you've got money. That's not cool. I don't think that's cool at all. Not that everybody with money is bad. I'm referring to the people with money who also behave this way, just to be clear. There's plenty of people who have wealth and are generous and kind and thoughtful. And those people have my greatest respect. I hope to be one day. Dave Linovitz said, gas the crowd for a photo shoot. Yeah, that's what we do, right? When you want to get a photo shoot, you just gas a crowd of people. And we all do that, right? That's what we do. That's just the American way. That's how we treat each other around here. I mean, I'm just picking a random example off the top of my head, you know. Jack Keaton says, Carey, I haven't seen any other person on YouTube that has given me the knowledge and utilized their know-how to help viewers as much as you have and then give back so much to the viewer. Well, thanks, Jack. I mean, look, everything I'm giving, I'm just, the community is making all those gifts possible. The community is providing the gifts. I'm the middleman. That's all I am. I mean, you know, I'm not Mother Teresa, you know, but at the same time, if I can assist in any way, shape, or form to bridge the community together in that way, it's an honor for me. It makes me feel really good. And if I was in a position, like I said, for all those people that applied for the free computer, I've shipped 6 of those out. I think I still have, there's 6 back there, and then there's 3 more in the other room. So there's 9 of those left. So there's still 9 more giveaways to go. And again, if I could give one to everybody who asked, regardless of why they're asking, if they're asking because they're greedy, whatever, it doesn't matter. If they want one, let's give them one. And then they're done, right? They're going to get one thing one time, and then we'll move on to somebody else. So they can't complain and feel left out. I don't want to alienate anybody, but it's awfully expensive. So because there's a limited number, I want to make sure the people who would benefit the most receive the computers first. And if we ever reach a point where nobody needs a computer, but instead they just want one because, you know, I could use an extra one just for the heck of it, I'd love to be able to fulfill those requests too. And maybe we'll get there someday, you know. It doesn't just have to be people in need, but as long as we have people in need, you know, it's an awful selfish thing to do to just go, here, have a second one when this person doesn't even have one, right? And that's all I'm trying to do. AC's drafting with another contribution, this time $20. Says glad to catch a live stream, and here's for the channel. Hey, right on, AC. Thank you so much again for your support, and we'll be giving away some more computers this week. In fact, I'm going to make a video to take some more names and see if we can't give out another. I'll do about 2 at a time. I don't want to burden the FedEx people. Here's a stack of computers for you to pack up Good luck with that. Enjoy the rest of your day. You're going to be staying late tonight. No, I'll just do them like 2 at a time. And then that means there's probably another 4 or 5 videos yet to go for the giveaways. And I really want to focus on community members, not just strangers who show up for the giveaway, but people who have been a part of the community, and make sure they get the attention they deserve. And let's take care of them. And it wouldn't be possible without the generosity of the community. And I can't underscore that enough. It's not just me. I can't do this without your help. So thank you. Thank you for being a part of it. Whatever role it is that you play, whether you're just a community member, a contributor, financially a contributor, in the chat room, you know, if your contribution is just you being here, that's enough, and I appreciate it. Vegas ATCs. So thank you, Carey, for sharing your awesome knowledge with us all. I'll catch you next time. Right on. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out with me. It's cool. The Ace B52 says, love Carey, video great, watching 2 years. All right, let's get you blue. 2 years is plenty. Sorry I don't recognize your name, but you know, we get a lot of people in here, and I can't barely remember my own name, so don't take it personally, but thank you. All right, so we just had the one Wi-Fi hiccup, not quite sure. We're at nearly 4.5 hours. More testing, more testing, and more testing. It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out, won't it? All right, guys, have a good day, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you again for hanging out. Thanks to all my friends in blue. Thanks for all of the contributors tonight. I'm not going to shout everybody's name out because, well, quite frankly, there's a lot of you, but GNU contributed $2.99. I missed that one. It says, thank for all of your work and patience. Thank you as well. And Chris Mola contributed £5 and said that he won a fountain pen in a crossword competition. Perfect. That makes total sense to me. All right, guys. Hey, listen, thank you again for hanging out. I think I've said that like 6 times. It's late and my brain is now starting to show what happens when it gets late. My brain's not at the normal speed it functions at. So best for me to go now. Thanks again. I will see you all again very, very soon. And until then, bye for now.